Everybody ready for Congress?
We were just discussing that.
Your name has to start with a B, so you win.
No, don't, just. But you can't call it Capra.
Because you're so easy to make fun of. Hello?
Are we ready? Good evening. We'll get this meeting started. Members of the public are encouraged to participate in meetings by one, accessing the webcast at www.cityofclovis.com/agendas, providing written comments at the same website, or three, participating by phone or coming to the City Council meeting in person. I'll call the meeting to order, and the flag salute will be led by Councilmember Ashbeck.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Ashbeck?
Here.
Councilmember Bessinger?
Here.
Councilmember Whalen?
Here.
Councilmember Montoya?
Here.
And Mayor Flores.
I'm here. Public comments. This is the opportunity for the members of the public to address the City Council on any matter within the City Council's jurisdiction that is not listed on the agenda. In order for everyone to be heard, please limit your comments to 5 minutes or less, or 10 minutes per topic. Anyone wishing to be placed on the agenda for a specific topic should contact the City Manager's office and submit correspondence at least 10 days before the desired date of appearance. I see Don up there. Don? I need to push the button too. You'll need to push the button. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm kind of getting used to a mic. I've been standing before it for 6 shows, and that's why I'm here. I really want to encourage the council and as many members of the city and city staff as possible to come and see one of the remaining 4 shows. We have shows Thursday, Friday, Saturday evenings at 7, and a matinee on Saturday at 2. The show is Merry Christmas, George Bailey. It is the staged version of It's a Wonderful Life, the famous movie, Jimmy Stewart and Donna Reed. And this version, we have been in rehearsals for 11 weeks, 4 nights a week. The effort has been tremendous. The quality, the cast is terrific. Don't let the fact that I'm in it stop you from coming.
Yeah, I was going to come until you said that.
This is a great show, and I think not only will you enjoy it, but it's important for you as representatives of the whole city of Clovis to come and see what the performing arts is capable of in your city. You're going to love this. The set is fantastic. It's you're going to feel like you're inside of a 40s radio station. And we even have applause signs and on air, and and the quality of the cast, it's really come together. The man that plays George Bailey is just absolutely outstanding. He has a Juilliard musical background. He's never acted before, but he is terrific. And so I just really want to encourage you and that was my next point. We have been delighted to have Luke Serper come to one of these shows, and I'd really love, Luke, if you could say a few words. I mean, I'm talking from a member of the cast, but you were out in the audience. I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, well, I'm no theater critic, but Kathy and I went. It may have been your opening weekend. We had a great time. It's a movie we watch every year, and it was really nice just to see it in a different format. So we enjoyed ourselves quite a bit.
Okay, thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you. I always come out during intermission, so say hello, please.
Thank you, Don. Break a leg.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been researching where that phrase comes from.
And what's the?
And nobody can definitively say where it came from, but one suggestion, and it's kind of far out, but it's kind of interesting. In the 1800s, they would have performances and shows, and people would take their chairs and just bang them if they liked them, and they'd break a leg of a chair. And that's one theory, maybe not the best one, but anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Dave Phillips. I'm with United Health Centers, and with me is
Alexi Mejia, United Health Centers manager for the new Clovis Shaw location.
we're here to announce and invite you to our grand opening ceremony on Wednesday. I passed out our program agenda. It's quite, considering the remarks we just heard about the program, this program is a one-time only. But it's a great program, and we've been planning it for a while. We have Clovis East High School Orchestra coming to do some pre-event entertainment. We have Monty Torres from KMPH is going to be our MC. This is our second health center in Clovis. It's a little bit larger. We've been open since October 12th, but the program's going to have food, so we've got a Mexican plated lunch. Tours of the facility, so it's really going to be quite a great event. And to talk about what we do there.
Yes, we're excited to be opening our second facility in the Clovis location, where we are offering primary medical services as well as dental at this time in our location.
Coming soon.
Coming soon, behavioral health, optometry, chiropractic services as well.
And we offer free transportation to patients too, and that'll be coming as well. So we do that, and most of all, this is our 25th health center. So we've been in the valley for quite a long time. This is our 50th anniversary year. So those that come have an anniversary present awaiting for you, so if that's a little enticement. But it is our 50th anniversary, and this is our third health center that we opened this year. Last year, during the pandemic, we opened 6 health centers. So we are committed to providing quality care to the Valley and its underserved communities. So if you haven't been to United Health Centers yet, we're kind of new in Clovis, so come by. We're on
313 West Shaw Avenue.
Shaw, right, the entrance to...
You guys make a good pair. The address is...
She completes the sentences.
No, it's great. We're going to have a good time. It's gonna be a fun event, and when you see inside the facility, you're gonna be amazed at how beautiful it is. We're right in the same parking lot at AutoZone there, so
You did a
Boot
beautiful
barn.
job on the exterior of the building.
beautiful exterior.
Really beautiful, yeah.
Complete renovation inside and out. Again, thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else with a public comment? Next are ordinances and resolutions. What's that? Oh, anyone online? No?
No.
Okay, ordinances and resolution. With respect to the approval of resolutions and ordinances, the reading of the title shall be deemed a motion to waive a reading of the complete resolution or ordinance, and unless there is a request by a council member that the resolution or ordinance be read in full, further reading of the resolution or ordinance shall be deemed waived by unanimous consent of the council. Consent calendar. Items considered routine in nature are to be placed upon the consent calendar. They will all be considered and voted upon in one vote as one item unless a council member requests individual consideration. A council member's vote in favor of a consent calendar is considered and recorded as a separate affirmative vote in favor of each action listed. Motions in favor of adoption of a consent calendar are deemed to include a motion to waive the reading of any ordinance or resolution of the consent calendar. For adoption of ordinances, only those that have received a unanimous vote upon introduction or considered consent items. Does any council member wish to pull any item on the consent calendar? See then, anyone in the audience wishing to pull a consent calendar item? Anyone on the web?
No.
Okay, bring it back to council. What is your pleasure?
I'll move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So I hear 5 ayes, so motion is unanimous for approval. Public hearings. A public hearing is an open consideration within a regular or special meeting of the city council for which special notice has been given and may be required. When a public hearing is continued, noticing of the adjourned item is required as per government code 54955.1. First item is number 11, consider actions related to annexation of territory, annexation number 70, T6166, section Gettysburg Highland to the city of Clovis, Community Facilities District number 2004-1, Police and Fire Services. A, consider an approval of resolution annexing territory, annexation number 70, T6166, section Gettysburg Highland to the city of Clovis, Community Facilities Districts number 2001-1, Police and Fire Services, and calling a special land owners election to annex territory, annexation number 70, to city of Clovis, Community Facilities District number 2004-1, Police and Fire. And B, consider approval of a resolution of the City Council, the City of Clovis declaring the result of the special landowners election and direct recording of the notice of special tax lien for City of Clovis Community Facilities District number 2004-1, Police and Fire Service. Staff member is Jay, our Financial Director. Go Jay.
Good evening, Mayor. I do believe you have the paperwork in front of you.
Okay, so this is a time and place for the public hearing of this council's proceedings for Community Facilities District number 2004-1. The hearing is to acquire annexation number 71.
No,
I'm sorry, it's 7.
there's, well, I'm sorry. We have 2 items. The first item we were on
It's
is
70.
70.
So it's the number 70. So I picked up the wrong piece of paper. Before I formally open the hearing, is there anyone who wishes to file a written protest? Anyone online?
No.
If so, they must be filed with the city clerk now. I see no one here in the chambers, and no one's identifying themselves on the web. Okay. The hearing is now open. We will first have presentations by staff about annexation number 70. After that, we will receive comments and questions and any oral protests from any interested person. When all comments have been received, the hearing will be closed.
Good
Okay.
evening, Mayor, members of the council. On October 18th, 2021, the council heard a request by the affected property owners to include territory at T6166, southeast corner of Gettysburg and Highland, and is indicated in the detailed map and identified as CFD annexation number 70 to the city's CFD 2004-1. Tonight's actions will finalize the annexation process by holding a public hearing and property owner election.
Is there any comments, questions, or protests from the audience? See none here at the chambers. Any from the web?
No.
Okay. This time I'll close the public hearing. We may now consider adopt the resolution annexing territory annexation number 70 to Community Facilities District 2004-1, which will annex territory described in the boundary map to the district and call a special property owners election, which will call for the property owner vote to approve the special tax and the appropriation limits for annexation number 70.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously, 5-0. Will the clerk please announce the results of the property owner's vote?
I'm going to go ahead and cover that just because I'm still working on passing things down to Carrie, but the next time we have a CFD, she'll take care of it. In this case, for annexation number 70, we have one ballot representing 18 votes, all in favor, indicating unanimous passage.
Okay, so at this point, the record shows that the property owners voted, the votes are unanimous and in favor of the levy of the special tax and the establishment of the appropriate limits. We may now proceed with the final action for the district. So now the council can consider.
I'll make a motion that we declare the results of the special landowner election and direct recording of the notice of special tax lien for City of Clovis Community Facilities District number 2004-1, Police and Fire Services.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in approval, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So motion passes again, unanimous, 5-0. And that ends that item. Now we go on to our next one, 12. Consider action related to annexation of territory, annexation number 71, T6343, northeast corner of Willow and Nice, T6367, southeast corner of Nice and Armstrong, to the City of Clovis Community Facilities District number 2004-1, Police and Fire Services. Consider approval of resolution annexing territory annexation number 71, T6343, northeast corner Willow and Nice, T6367, southeast corner Nice and Armstrong, to the City of Clovis Community Facilities District number 2004-1, Police and Fire Service, and calling a special landowners election to annex territory annexation number 71 to City of Clovis Community Facilities District number 2004-1, Police and Fire Services. And B, consider approval of the resolution of the City of Clovis declaring the results of the special landowners election and directing a recording of the notice of the special tax lien for City of Clovis Community Facilities District number 2004-1, Police and Fire Services. Again, Financial Director Jay.
And Mayor, I'm going to step out on this one just because everything related to that Willow and Knees area has been something I've excluded myself from, so I'm going to do that again this time.
Okay. For the record, Councilmember Welling has left the building, left the chambers. This is the time and place for the public hearing in this council's proceedings for Community Facilities District number 2004.
Scared me.
The hearing is to acquire annexation number 71 into district and the levy of special taxes in annexation number 71. Before I formally open the hearing, is there anyone who wishes to file a written protest? If so, they must be filed with the city clerk now. Anyone here in the chambers? No? Anyone on the web?
No.
Okay, I see no one. The hearing is now open. We will first have presentations by staff about annexation number 71. After that, we will receive comments and questions and any oral protests from any interested persons. When all comments have been received, the hearing will be closed. Jay?
Thank you. On October 18th, 2021, the council heard a request by the affected property owners to include territory at T6348, northeast corner of Willow and Nice, and T6367, southeast corner of Nice and Armstrong, and is indicated in the detailed map and identified as CFD annexation number 71 to the city's CFD 2004-1. Tonight's actions will finalize the annexation process by holding a public hearing and property owner election.
Okay. Anyone in the audience have any comments, questions, or protests regarding this matter? I see none. Anyone on the web?
None.
Okay, so,
I will make a motion, resolution annexing territory, annexation number 71, tract 6348 northeast corner Willow Knees, and tract 6367 southeast corner of Knees and Armstrong to the city of Clovis, CFD number 2004-1, and calling for the special landowner election.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. So, motion carries 4-0 with one, abstention, or is it recusal? Recusal. Will the clerk please announce the results of the property owners vote?
Thank you, Mayor. For annexation number 71, we have one ballot representing 5 votes indicating, passage.
Okay, thank you. The record shows the property owners' votes are unanimous and in favor of the levy of the special taxes and the establishment of the appropriations limits. We may now proceed with the final actions for the district.
I'll make a motion declaring the results of the special landowner election and directing the recording of the notice of special tax lien for the city of Clovis, Community Facilities District number 2004-1, Police and Fire Service.
Second.
Your motion is second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4 with 1 abstention.
Mayor, at this point, I'm recommending we go ahead and take a break because the next item is rather lengthy.
Yes, at this point, we will take a break for the lighting of our Clovis Christmas tree. And Santa, of course. We're ready when you're ready. Oh, is that mine? I don't know what happened. Are we ready? Okay. We'll bring the meeting back to order. We'll start with administrative items. Administrative items are matters on the regular city council agenda other than public hearings. Number 13, consider approval, final amendment to the 2020-2021 budget in conformance with the budget ordinance and receive and file year-end report for all funds as of June 30th, 2021. Single finance director. My jaw has not thought out yet. Sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight I have a couple items for you back to back. The first one is the 2021 year-end report. This does compare the estimates that we made in the springtime as part of the budget and then compares that to where we actually landed it at year-end and on an audited basis. So the year-end report's divided into 4 sections. We will look at the revenues in the general fund, expenditures in the general fund, all funds not general fund, and then the budget amendments and transfers that are necessary to be approved tonight to bring the budget in compliance. So the general fund unallocated fund balance, or savings account, if you will, it was 1.3 million at year end, which is approximately 7 million lower than what we projected. At the time we did the budget, we were conservative in what 21-22 looked like, and so we were hesitant to commit those funds to any other purpose at that time. Since then, COVID has subsided some, and we have proposed some additional transfers to capital projects. Our general fund revenues are approximately 12.1 million, or 14% more than we projected. The lion's share of that is sales tax and federal grants, which in this case is ARPA funding. Those revenues were coming in unknown or stronger than we expected. That was also true with any number of revenue categories, which we'll get into in a minute. The general fund expenditures were 0.7 million, or approximately 1% savings. This is pretty typical for the city. We come in pretty tight on the expenditures. We take a pretty good look at it, all the departments do, and we pretty much stick to that. And then the last thing is the final budget amendments that are necessary to kind of bring those overages and transfers to approval. So here, if you kind of look at the general fund as a whole, when we approved the budget last year, we were in the neighborhood of 74 million, and we were a little bit out of balance as far as our revenues to our expenditures. We, in fact, thought that our revenues were going to be a little bit lower than our expenditures. And then by the time we got to estimate to close, we realized a lot of things had happened during COVID that we braced for that did not happen. And so at that point, we were estimating higher than expenditures, but not quite to what we actually came in at. So we actually came in the 90+ million range to where our expenditures didn't move much, but those unanticipated revenues did in fact come to fruition. So if you kind of look here at our major categories of revenue, you can kind of see this one right here where we budgeted sales tax there, we estimated here, and we actually came in here. We also have that issue on the from other agencies, which is the ARPA funding, the CARES Act. So these 2 categories alone are where your major variance is. The rest of them come in a little bit better or a little bit worse, but for the most part came in where they were estimated. If you look at your expenditures for the general fund by department, there really isn't much to talk about, to be honest. I'll give Chief Banansky a little bit of props here and say this little savings right there is because of him. But for the most part, all the departments did come in at estimated. And there's no surprises there. If you look at the emergency reserve over the last 5 years, the city has struggled to make a lot of meaningful headway in this area. We have incremented up where it was possible with one-time savings, but this year we allowed the the excess to put 3.5 million towards, the emergency reserve, which brings us just north of 20% for, percentage funded. So outside of the general fund, most of the enterprise funds came in approximately where we thought. They came in more, in some cases, with refuse. They have some deferred projects that they've just been pushing off. The big one, water, right there, is solely because we deferred the loan between the water fund and general services for Fire Station 6 rebuild. It's coming, we just didn't need to do it yet, so we deferred it. So if you look at our other internal service funds, you'll notice that property and liability, employee benefit, they came in approximately where we thought they would. But general government and fleet, we have these large increases here because of the transfers that we're going to talk about in a couple slides. Oh, next slide. So here we have the increase from the general fund proposed into general government facilities of 11.9 million. We transferred 8.5 million for Fire Station 2 rebuild. Currently, we didn't have any funding before this. We moved 1.5 million for Landmark Square. That is for the mitigated costs of all the issues that they've been having out there. That's not a total estimated cost. That was just what we could move over to fund that. There is no more debt service revenue available, so the general fund ultimately will have to pay for those mitigated costs. There really is no source for the senior center component. There is for transit potentially, and potentially for the library, but senior center has to come from the general fund at some point. We've also moved over $1 million in deferred maintenance. We have been pushing projects off for several years now. The hydronics around this building that keeps us warm during the winter is just one of them. There's no other funding for those types of things other than ultimately to come from the general fund. And then we moved $955,000, which was the estimated additional funds that we needed for the temporary housing. We'd moved some funds before, but this was the remaining of it to hopefully get that constructed if we can find somebody to build it. And then in the fleet fund, we moved $6 million here, which the $2.1 million represents Bearcat, 2 pickups for fire, and it includes the funding for 31 police cars. That last budget, we did not have the funding for it. We put in the authority, but we would have had to lease purchase. This kind of puts the money in there for those vehicles. And then the 3.9 million isn't a complete number, but it represents the reseeding of the fleet replacement charges in some form, so that going forward, we'll be able to buy public safety vehicles without going all debt service. Almost since I've been here, that hasn't been possible since the recession, but we're making strides to go there. And the offset to that, of course, is a decrease in public safety costs potentially going forward, and that's something that we've been looking at very hard. So, and then the rest of it is just a couple small transfers, but that's the lion's share of them. So for tonight, what I need is a budget amendment to the fire department and to the city clerk. They had some overruns in their fires was strictly emergency response, so they came in under budget overall, but they need a budget amendment for all those overtime costs. And city clerk was some of the election that was unanticipated. And then the last part is to bring the budget in compliance is the transfers. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Questions for Jay?
Yeah. Thank you, Jay. So if you can go back to that slide that talked about the general, the emergency reserve, it shows us a little over 20% funded. I don't think we've ever been over 20%, at least as long as I've been a council member. Is that right?
We have not.
And that, is that going to be, that's going to remain in place rolling over into the next budget? The transfers that we're talking about are not going to be impacting this emergency reserve balance, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm pleased as punch. This is great. And, you know, as far as where those funds get allocated, at least from my perspective, it sounds like you guys have put some thought into it. I liked the idea that you were thinking forward related to public safety vehicles and how it is that we can actually have a little bit, it sounds like, of a buffer in there, so that we're not gonna be drawing down from the general fund in order to pay for those. It sounds like we've got some line item for that, those future purchases. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, so, yeah, in essence, you're correct.
Okay, I'll take in essence. Thanks, Jay.
It's not complete funding for fleet replacement charges, but it's a heck of a good start.
Okay.
To get it to where, on an ongoing basis, we can commit those on an annual basis instead of paying for those debt service.
The only thought I had, and I don't know if you guys considered this, is that we're trying to get to 25%, and I don't know what that figure would look like. I don't know if it would be 18 million or what that figure would be. I know it would go up every year.
Yeah.
Hopefully go up every year. Did your team give some consideration as to, what we would be giving up if we hit 25% in the next, or I guess this budget that just passed?
We have to find the funding first, but there has been some consideration for if we're in this type of position yet once again, that there would be a real consideration to increase the emergency reserve to the suggested and requested 25%.
And has there been, I don't know if you're able to read tea leaves or not, but as we go into the next budget cycle, do you believe there's some more CARES Act and ARPA funding that may be coming our way?
There's one more tranche, or in other words, portion of the ARPA funding coming of $7.65 million in May next year. We have received half to date. We've received all the CARES Act, which is approximately $2 million, and I don't anticipate after next May to see anything ever again.
Okay. And then one final comment related to, what do we call it? Not Landmark Commons.
Landmark Square?
Landmark Square, thank you. So that is a debt financing deal that we worked out, and if I recall correctly, the funds are going to be coming from the general fund through general government services, or directly from the general fund. How have we worked through that?
The funds ultimately will be spent in general services for the construction, but ultimately the repayment in some form has to come from the general fund, whether that's an annual transfer, whether that's a charge to the senior center line item, any number of ways you could probably do that. But yeah, ultimately the debt on the senior center is going to be borne by the general fund.
And that's is that like $1 million? I thought I saw a figure of 1.5 million. I didn't know if that was an annual figure or what our annual figure was.
We're at around 650,000, I think, give or take, more accurate, but maybe Luke.
Yeah, the annual payment is less. The 1.5 million here is for stuff we'll be discussing next week. The unexpected hazardous waste we struck as soon as we started digging out there has run up costs in addition to what we originally planned. Okay. So we have already financed the project as it was originally budgeted last. There's no opportunity to go back and increase that financing. So we need to pay for that out of the general fund. So that is to pay for some of those costs that are due to the hazardous material that we hit and have to excavate hundreds of cubic yards of soil and some of the other features we're going to do. This is all, we wound up the end of the year, as Jay has shown you, with a significant amount of cash. Much of that is due to one-time money, the ARPA money, the CARES Act money, some savings, and the savings came about because we anticipated huge revenue reductions during COVID that didn't materialize. But there's also some spikes or some increases in some revenue sales tax. How much of that is going to be ongoing? How much of it was due to, the one-time stimulus payments that came through that did stimulate the economy? We don't know. So we looked at all the options to do with this money, and we could have put it, all in the emergency reserve, but then we would have wound up having to finance Fire Station 2, and that would reduce our ongoing general fund availability in the future. So it's like, well, if we can set aside the money to pay for that cash, we don't have to finance that project, which frees up general fund money on an annual basis that can then go to operations. The same is true with the temporary housing at the fire station. some of the fleet equipment purchases. All of that is, we're taking the one-time money and trying to leverage it as much as possible to save future finance costs that then we can spend on ongoing operations.
Yeah. Well, and that's the same kind of thinking related to the Landmark Square is, you know, if there was an opportunity to reduce some of those costs, and maybe it would make sense to do that. I understand that we've kind of already gone out to bond on that, and I don't know when we can call some of those bonds, but it's probably, I would imagine, generally 5 years before there's a callable feature.
10.
It's 10 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, if we were to, so just looking at the graph, I'm thinking that 25% is going to be 18 million. Is that fair, or do you know?
I'm sorry, I don't know the exact number.
Okay.
Yeah.
22. So if we get another, say, 7 million next year,
Mm-hmm.
if we were to set aside, let's say, 4 million, then we'd be at 25%, and we'd still have extra to spend on
Correct.
maybe paying.
Yeah, if we went approximately 16 million up to maybe that 20 million range,
Okay.
we would have approximately 25% in the emergency reserve.
Yeah. And I was just gonna clarify, we continue to use the terminology general services for some of these costs, and everybody thinks that Shauna, and what we're talking about is general government facilities.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Jay.
Anyone else?
Jay, can you help explain the employee benefits fund and how there was a 1.2 million savings due to retirement workers' compensation expenditure savings? How we get that saving and why we saved?
So we set the rates at the beginning of the year for the departments and the percentages, if you will, based off of payroll, and we charge out the department those benefit costs, and then in reality, they come in always a little bit more or a little bit less. It's not an exact science as it relates to the EBF, property liability insurance. You know, we may miss the mark on an annual basis that we charge out too much or too less. So it's more of, say, a 3-year revolving type scenario where we can correct rates, but normally it would be potentially in the next year or the year after that if we're missing the mark. So the problem with some of the other funds, like property and liability insurance, is I think in 21-22 they went up approximately 30%. So all the fires and everything else. So we're saving, in some cases, some programs, other ones are going to be the other way. In this case, we just happen to charge out a little bit more than what it cost us in that fund.
Okay. And then so this is different than what the benefits received from that COVID leave? That is totally different, huh? It's not this benefit?
No, so the COVID leave, if we did receive it and funding from it, we have credited back those payments from the government to the department that incurred that COVID leave where possible.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone in the public wishing to comment? On the web?
None.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion regarding the resolution.
I move that we approve the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Next item is consider approval of the 2020-2021 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Again, this is by Financial Director Jay Shingle.
Thank you once again. Before I started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize my team behind me. They're what make this document what it is. I know some of you really like this document. It's my 16th annual financial report here, and I'm telling you personally, I couldn't do it without that team sitting behind me. We've had a few members change over the years, but the professionals that I have working for me, it's a pleasure to work with them, and that's hopefully reflected in this document. So like the other 15 annual financial reports I've brought, it's divided into 4 sections. Pretty standard, but on page 8 we have a certificate of achievement. We've received that, I think, now 33 years in a row. So it's just something that that we do because of the professionals behind me, is possible. It's also divided up into financial, Mr. Whalen's statistical section, and then, single audit section. In this case, and this year, like it was last year, we're waiting for guidance on the single audit section, so it couldn't be included in the book. Last year was lack of documentation on CARES Act. This year it's ARPA. Until we get the guidance from the federal government, we won't be able to issue that. We're still dealing with what they call the interim final rule, which basically means they're behind. So this item is in front of you, and I'm here for any and all questions you may have on the document.
If I may? I do, yeah. So, thank you for the Friday report, which explained some of the distinctions in the expenditures specifically related to public safety. But I want to make sure that I have another opportunity to understand what you're communicating. On page 110, when I look at public safety over the last 10 years, I'll let you get there. In 2012, on page 110, it refers to changes in net position last 10 fiscal years, accrual basis of accounting in thousands. That's what it describes. In 2012, it was $35,185,000 for public safety, and then in 2021, it was $62,766,000. I show that as a 78% increase. And then when I move over to page 113, this is City of Clovis general government expenditures by function. We see public safety listed. And in 2012, instead of it being, where am I? $35,185,000, it shows $35,576,576. And then in 2021, instead of it being $62,766,000 like we see on page 110, it's actually $58,574,671, and that's a 69% increase instead of the, what was it before, a 78% increase. So can you explain the differences between these pages? I think that's pretty clear. Expenditures by function, I guess I kind of get that. But I guess I don't know really what the changes in net position accrual basis of accounting would be.
So the page on 113 is basically more or less on the budgetary basis. So that's kind of a checkbook, if you will. What's in your bank account? When your expenditures come, you pay them, you pay your mortgage, you receive your wages, that kind of stuff. The other schedule is a little bit more broad, where we decide we're going to put your car loan on there, we're going to put your mortgage on there, we're going to put these things that aren't necessarily an impact directly to your checkbook today.
But when they were accrued.
When they were accrued, they were. So on a budgetary basis, when we needed cars, we paid cash for them. But on the other schedule, we've now, in a sense, capitalized them. We've depreciated them over their useful lives. We've put these huge pension accruals and the change every year on the books now. So if the pension liability goes up by $4 million on a year-to-year basis, then we put that on the books now. So a lot of things have changed between not only these two schedules, but the years reflected in them. Public safety 2012, you're talking an animal shelter, you're talking increased square footage, you're talking debt service. A lot of things start to change these numbers from one schedule to the other. So I can explain both, but it just depends on how you want to look at public safety.
I think that your explanation related to when it is accrued as opposed to the checkbook, when you're actually paying it, kind of explains it well for me at least.
Okay.
So thank you for that. And then Chief, Fleming, if you could come on down. I had one question for you, which I think I can find again. I thought there was What's that? I haven't seen the report, so. Oh, you haven't? Okay. All right, just, page 131, and I think this is related to Vong's question the last time you were in front of us. That is a, operating indicators by function over the last 10 years. When, if you've got 131 in front of you, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So under police arrests in 2012, there were 4,612 arrests. And then in 2021, there were 3,332 arrests. And so that's a 28% decrease in arrests. I know that we tried to explain that at the, one of the hearings we've had recently. Do you have an explanation as to why there's been a significant decline in arrests in the city of Clovis?
You know, honestly, I asked the question when I saw, after a couple meetings ago, and you brought up the ACTFR report. I haven't really completely read this report before,
Okay.
so I read the full report, and myself and Captain Roberts identified this section, and we're curious on why do we even use these numbers as a police department to judge us on arrest and parking citations. So
Okay.
that's something we're going to ask to be changed in the future, because I don't think it's a good measure of the type of service we provide. We don't ask our traffic officers to go out and write so many citations. That's not appropriate for the type of work we do.
Mm-hmm.
But to answer your question, I'm assuming that has a lot to do with Prop 47, Prop 57,
Mm-hmm.
with crime being decriminalized, a lot of things being reduced to misdemeanor crimes. Without looking at these, I don't know if these are felony stats, misdemeanor stats, what those are judging. But I do know in the future these are going to be different. These are going to be more calls for service driven.
Okay.
I think it's a better judge of statistics year over year. But
Okay.
definitely Prop 47, 57 will be my answer without looking deeper into it.
Are we, even though it's a misdemeanor offense, are we still arresting those people? Are they considered arrests? Or I guess you probably don't know because you don't know where they're drawing these numbers from for this report.
Correct. We're still arresting. Our focus and direction to officers on the street are, if it's used to be a felony, possession of narcotics, and now is the misdemeanor, we're still making those arrests, issuing those citations. I can tell you that a large percentage of them are not being filed, and I know you can speak to that as well.
Mm-hmm.
But our direction is still to make those arrests, issue those citations, and follow through the court process as far as that we can take it.
Okay.
But I'll dig deeper and
Okay.
probably provide that in a Friday report to tell you if these are felony misdemeanors and give you a little bit more information on that.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, if I can comment.
Go ahead, Ron.
But Chief, this is pretty consistent with your report from the patrol, because it did go down, and this is showing that it went down as well. So it wasn't like there was a discrepancy, the way I'm seeing it.
Correct. I just, when I saw this report, I asked Jay, we were in a meeting, I said, where do we get these numbers and why do we provide this information in here? Because I don't think it's a good representation of the overall goal of the police department. We don't set quotas, and that's putting this data in here. It looks like we're trying to obtain a certain number of arrests, or we're trying to issue so many parking citations, and I can tell you that's not the case. Our focus, I can tell you, if parking sites have gone down, we don't have anybody working downtown parking anymore, because that person's been brought inside to back up in our records division. I could probably answer that for the last few years as why that's been reduced. And arrest, I'm assuming if we go back and look at the trend, you're going to see probably when some of the laws have changed, those things have changed in at the same time as that.
Yeah. And after our meeting, I also went to look, and I think a lot of the reporting has been missed because school was out. You know, a lot of the child abuse, a lot of the other things that may have been reported, those mandated reporters weren't seeing individuals, and those were missed. That's what I understand, and a lot of the reportings that I saw that attributed to sort of the lower calls for service. And so I saw a lot of that.
True. Chief, I want to concur that Prop 47
became law either 2015, 2016, and it was followed by Prop 57 about a year and a half or so later. And then we had the jail redistribution, or whatever they called it, and then successive decriminalization of prior felonies and or even decriminalization completely of misdemeanors. And when you look at the numbers, that's very consistent with the pattern of hands-off criminal law by the state of California. Thank you.
Chairman, question to you. What arrest standards do you use? I mean, when you ask the police department for arrest, what are you asking for? Because arrest, there's different standards. Are you using the UCR, the Unified Crime, what is it called? Unified UCR, Crime Report, FBI? Is that what is that criteria? Because an arrest is not always the same.
My understanding is we send a request over to PD and they provide the stats. Now, what that exactly is, I'm not certain tonight.
So has it been consistent throughout the years? Because if it's UCR, that's a known standard throughout America. But if it's not, then we could be talking apples and oranges.
I can't answer that tonight.
Callie Biaggi, I'm sure, is the one that's providing these numbers. So I'll get that information directly from her, and I'll write up a Friday report to explain exactly.
Because the national standard is UCR, and even state for DOJ is UCR. And if we're talking that, then everybody nationally can understand that it's the same standard. But if it's not that, then, like I said earlier, we can be comparing things that shouldn't be compared.
I would assume these are all arrests. I would assume this is misdemeanors, felonies, in my assumption, just looking at the numbers. But I could be wrong. I don't think it would just be UCR stats.
And then DOJ also requires a stat for all arrests, and you have to, on a monthly basis, every department has to provide that. So is that the stat we're giving? And then whether it's a UCR reportable crime, then that statistic can be used. So we need to know if it's apples or oranges or the same, because even that, it would count citations as well, not parking citations, but other citations. Even if you arrest somebody and then you have to cite them because of 47 or 57 or other decriminalization of the crime, it would still show that arrests are being made or not. So, and it also shows that, I don't know, sometimes stats could be interpreted in many ways. It could show that we are a safer city. Over the years, we've become a safer city. Okay. Any more questions?
Yeah. Thank you for the excellent work. Jay, I always look at the letter from our auditor. Is it the Poon Group, correct? Poon Group, yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think it's always very general. And when I looked at the page with regards to compliance and other matters of internal control, they never seem to list what they look at. And I'm always interested to see if sort of like, hey, we looked at the controls over at water and billing, or they looked at, I'd just be interested. So that, they write very generally, and I'm glad that they found nothing. I'm always interested to go, what did they look at? What controls? So that way it's more specific. And so we know that, okay, the year before they looked at senior citizen fees, whatever. I'm just speaking out loud.
Yeah, I mean, my side of it is the internal staff side, to where whatever they ask from me, we provide. What they may have asked for this year may be better answered by them than myself. Okay. Regardless of what they did look like this year, I can tell you the last couple of years from a COVID perspective has been different. So not that they're not looking, it's just the communications between the two are not on site, which is typically part of the fraud assessment and everything related to the audit is that physical presence. But the industry has softened that stance over the last couple of years. And while I surely think that they looked at things this year, I wouldn't have as intimate knowledge on that as I normally would with them completely remote working the last couple of years.
And I think the first 2 years I was on, he would come to the meetings, this meeting, and so, but the last one we had him, he wasn't here. Is he gonna not come anymore to these meetings so we can ask him more specific questions on sort of the third party?
He is on the line for your questions.
Oh, okay.
So if you have any questions of Ken, the director and head, he should be on the line.
Yeah, I just, can you speak to, I don't know if you heard my question, was it Jason?
It's Ken.
Ken? Okay.
Ken, you should be unmuted.
Yes, actually, I'm on the line. Hey, good evening, Mayor and member of the City Council. Yes, actually, every single year we are required to go through the risk assessment, basically looking at internal control. We are not only looking at just the internal control, but overall the operations of the city. One of the things regarding the letters is basically it's a template coming out from the professional standard. So that's why we are not be able to elaborate on what you want to see in this report. But at the end of the day, like we do actually do a thorough process, and year to year, we basically look at the risk area. So for information, we basically break it down the audit into 4 phases. The first phase is what we call the planning phase. We look at our prior year audit results, looking at the new Gatsby pronouncement that is required to be implemented, and then also any unique transactions that is happening during the year. So during the current fiscal year, the city actually did adopt early implementation of the Gatsby number 87 on lease accounting. So that's why this year we focus a lot of time in looking at the leases. In the past, the operating leases is not really on the face of a financial statement, and also when you lease something out, you're basically going through the income statement only instead of recording a lease receivable and the deferred inflow of the resources. So that's why this year our focus is still on looking at the lease accounting. Also, another area is the Gatsby number 84 on fiduciary activities. That's why there are a lot of changes in how you're reporting your agency fund and certain funds that are basically reported back to the general fund. In terms of the second area, second phase of the audit it's our risk assessment phase. During this phase of the audit, we actually looking at the understanding of the whole entire city and looking at the unique transactions. So in terms of how we obtain our understanding is actually talking to your whole entire team, including looking at your financial reporting. We look at how you actually doing your bank reconciliation, posting journal entries to your general ledger, and then also we focus a lot on the revenue and expense cycle. So on the revenue side, you do have a different enterprise fund. We basically every single year we select a sample of the selections and looking at the internal control, but it's pretty much very thorough based on the materiality. Looking at the bigger the transactions, we focus a lot more on the risk assessment because the more complex of your accounting transactions is actually you need internal control in place. So basically we focus a lot on revenue. We look at contract management, how you deal with vendors, and then also we focus a lot on payroll. As you can tell, the city actually is a participant of CalPERS pension plan. Pension is purely an estimate. So that's why we are required to not only relying on the CalPERS report coming down to the city, but also how you guys actually reporting back to CalPERS is actually looking at the census data testing, looking at your employees record, making sure that the employees record, the hiring date, the number of years that they are servicing the city, Those are very important information that's go into the CalPERS. So every single year we spend so much time on looking at those areas, even if it is repetitive, but this is a normal audit procedures that we perform. We also utilizing a AI technology to make sure that 100% of your general ledger data is actually run through an analysis. So basically, we pick out all the high risk area. So phase 3 of the audit is really coming down to the numbers and supporting documents. So basically, not only looking at the internal control, performing risk assessment, but actually this is the time that we look at the supporting document and make sure that it ties out to your supporting general ledger, making sure that the transactions it's existent and occurrence, the whole entire record is completed, making sure that the valuation and allocations are all accurate in terms of making sure that it complies with generally accepted accounting principle. And phase 4 is the reporting. Very importantly, the city prepares your own financial statement. So independence is not an issue for us to opine on your financial statement. A lot of cities actually having the auditors to draft out their financial statement, but kudos to a team. Since we picked up the job long time ago, you've been preparing your financial statement from day one. So independence is definitely not an issue for our firm to perform your audit. And at the end of the day, wanting to share that with you, the audit result, we are able to opine to provide the city a modified opinion, which is the highest assurance that the city can get on these financial statements. So which state that the financial statements are fairly presented, the estimates are reasonable, and also the disclosure are properly reflected in these financial statements. So hopefully I answer your question.
Yes, you did. And with COVID and the influx of funding, has that changed sort of what you are auditing or what you are required to audit? So that way, you know, there's been, at least at the state level, a lot of fraud in that area.
Well,
And so,
that is very important because especially during the pandemic, we're trying to limit our people doing travel, and sometimes it's kind of a little tough not being on site. But given our prior experience with the city, you do actually have proper accounting documentation. We actually focusing on fraud, and basically that's why we utilize our AI technology and to actually analyze 100% of the data. The higher the risk, that we will definitely pull out the information to make sure that we are comfortable and make sure that those transactions are legitimate to the city.
thank you, Ken. And I would ask the council for next year, is it possible if you can meet, I don't know if it's a closed session, because usually, I guess on other boards, you meet with the auditor, so that way you can kind of speak with the auditor and go, you know, let's focus on this and that, so that way we get some direction as well, instead of just relying solely on where you choose. Is that something? I don't know if the council is comfortable with that, or I know we've never done that before, but.
Well, my view is if you want that to happen, I don't know if it can be in closed session. But,
Yeah.
I mean, we can maybe.
Doesn't the auditor meet with the board? And then they come to you to get all the things, or do they meet with you? I've always had that. Because we're a government, so I know that it's different than a nonprofit.
Yeah, it's
so that's
a little different, but you can actually have audit committees setting up basically to discuss the audit process, the area of concern, and we can incorporate some of your concern into the audit planning, audit strategy. So, but unfortunately, the board cannot dictate what we looked at. If it is something that is outside the scope, then we will actually perform what we call the agreed upon procedures to fulfill what you need on your at your request.
Okay. No, I don't, you know, from what you're saying, then I understand. So I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm more than
And-
happy to come out next year to present and meet with the council and perform, like, to discuss the audit.
And once again, you know, compliments to the staff for getting such a high, rating from the auditors and from the different agencies. So, good job.
Anyone else from the council? Any questions? Anyone from the audience wishing to comment on this report? Seeing none. Okay, is this an action item? Because I don't see what to take action on. This is approval.
Receive and file.
Okay, so the agenda said approve. Okay, how? Anyone online?
No.
Okay, so we will receive and approve, receive and file. Item 15, consider approval of resolution amending the city's fiscal year 21-22 position allocation plan by adding 3 police officers, recruit lateral positions within the police department. Luke Serpa, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So as I stated earlier, most of the changes we saw in our financial projections were due to one-time money, but there are some increases in operational costs. So we were very careful not to apply any one-time money toward increased ongoing operational costs. But staff is comfortable enough with the increases we saw in sales tax. It might come down somewhat after the stimulus is over, but we're confident that we are going to have additional ongoing money. And we had, last year we froze the police department with their vacancies. We restored most of those frozen positions, but we were waiting until we saw exactly how we finished at the end of the year, because it's a very volatile situation. But based on that, we are recommending adding 3 more sworn police officer recruit or lateral transfer positions to the police department effective soon, so that they can start to staff back up. This is, in no way it gets them back to where they thought they were going to be 5 years ago or 10 years ago, but in our ongoing effort to maximize services we provide, we think this is a prudent and safe thing to do. So we're recommending adding these 3 positions, and that's my report. I'm available for any questions.
Questions for Luke?
Yes. So, I'm seeing the figure of 75, because presently we are authorized for 75 police officer recruit lateral positions. We're going to be adding 3. That'll take us to 78, presumably. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, I believe so. I don't have those numbers exactly in front of me, but yes, that's my understanding. That's
Okay.
for those police officer positions.
And then I understand that we have sworn personnel of close to 100, or where are we of our sworn personnel?
This should take us to 109.
To 109, okay.
And the rest of that is made up with corporals, sergeants, lieutenants, captains,
Okay.
and police chief.
All right, good. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay. Well,
So 109 was sort of our number that we were trying to get to, correct, Luke? I've always understood it was 109, 108 or something
Well,
like
it
that.
was,
no.
no. I think,
In the budget, I mean.
so the 109, getting to 109 now takes us back to where we thought we were going to be in 2017, prior to PERS changing the discount rates. We thought we were going to be able to go to 109 then. We were at 106 in 2016, 17. Thought we were going to go to 109 in the 17-18 budget,
Okay,
but
yeah.
instead we actually went backwards to 100 and have worked our way back to, so now we're back to 109 with the addition
Okay.
of these 3 positions.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Anyone in the public wishing to comment on this item? Anyone on the web?
No.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council.
I move that we approve the resolution allocating an additional 3 police officer recruit lateral positions for the police department.
I'll second that.
Your motion is second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Next item. Item 16, consider approval of resolution agreement for professional legal services as city attorney Luke Serpa.
Thank you. So Lozano Smith has has served as the city attorney since 1992. We have had a number of different individuals assigned as the city attorney, but their office has provided all those services. Scott Cross has been assigned as the city attorney since 2020. Their contract is up for renewal, and staff is recommending an extension. They have submitted a proposal with favorable rates. There are some hourly rate increases, but they are very reasonable and actually are below the rates that are charged to many other cities by other firms and by Lozano Smith. It's a deal. Part of that has to do with it's a very mutually agreeable situation where they have the history on all of these issues, and it just makes it a lot easier for them to get up. There's no need to get them up to speed. So staff is recommending the extension, a 3-year extension with the annual increases that are shown in the staff report. Again, they're fairly nominal. It's going from an hourly rate of $2.10 an hour to $2.20 in year 1, and then to $2.30 in year 2 and $2.35 per hour in year 3. Favorable rates, great service, and I think the other advantage of having a firm like Lozano Smith is they have a broad enough spectrum of different attorneys, specialists, that when we have a a specific personnel issue, they have an attorney on staff that is very experienced in that. When we have an issue on contract law, they have another attorney on their staff that's very experienced in that. And we get all of that service. Scott is hardly the only one providing all of the attorney services to the city. He has a great team backing him, and staff is recommending the extension of this contract. And that's my report. I'm open for any questions.
Questions for Luke? Bob?
I guess I have a question on every item today. Sorry, I'm going back to my old ways. So, one of the old, or one of my thoughts as I was going through this is like, at some point, does it make sense for us to have our own city attorney, right? And what you've just explained seems to argue in favor of, let's not just have one single attorney, because one single attorney is going to be probably really good at a lot of issues related to the city, but not necessarily a specialist when it comes to personnel issues, or, I'll call pitches, motions, or, any variation of issues that we have to come up with addressing as a city. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. I think if we had, a staff city attorney, then likely as not that city attorney would be contracting out for a lot of the services that just come along with this contract. They would be unable to be an expert in every issue, so they would contract out for specialty services, which then adds a certain process, timing process. This way we get Scott as our city attorney, who handles all the day-to-day issues, but we have that whole staff behind him, and it really works out well for us.
Drew? I've always been very pleased with the Lozano Smith firm. They do, like you said, if you're talking about an internal affairs thing, they got a guy. If you're talking about a workers' comp thing, they got somebody. And that was very helpful for me. And I think one of the other things that I've experienced in at least 2 other cities is when a member of the council berates the city attorney on their legal bills, it usually gets turned around that our legal bills say more about you than they do about us. And I've always been very satisfied with the ability to have a frank conversation with the city attorney and not have to worry about getting involved in little dust-ups. That's always a good thing.
Well,
And Luke, because this is with the firm, it is not tied to Scott per se, in that should Scott decide to retire as well, these rates remain for the next couple of years, regardless of who they put in place, correct?
Correct. The contract is with Lozano Smith.
Yeah.
Scott has been designated as the city attorney, and should Scott leave, then Lozano Smith, with counsel's blessing and concurrence, we'd get another city attorney that would be assigned, but it would be from Lozano Smith, and the contract would stay in place.
And related but sort of separate, if and when Lozano contracts out an issue, do they kind of stay in these rates too, or can they be higher, lower? Sometimes it's a specialty that they may contract out to a third firm someplace. Or is that totally different and based upon?
I'll turn it over to Scott, but I think that is that's not locked in at this rate when we do that.
That's correct. I think it would be a separate agreement between you and the other law firm, whoever you contract with. Typically, we've got a good relationship with a number of different firms that do similar work. There have been the rare occasions, I guess, over the years where we've had to step out and conflict out of a matter where we've recommended someone. Usually who we're recommending is someone that we think is obviously going to provide reasonable service at a reasonable rate. So,
okay.
Yeah. But they're not locked into this agreement, no.
And I concur with Councilman Bessinger with regards to the advice that we've been receiving, and also the counseling with regards to ethics training and all that from their firm. So I'm pleased with their services.
I agree with but what Luke was saying earlier, to find one attorney to be the city attorney without the backing of a firm, as some cities like to do, I think it's not well advised, because to have that kind of knowledge is impossible, and they would eventually have to contract out all the different other services that they could not do for the city, and so there'd be different contracts throughout the region for that particular expertise. So I think this model is the best model, and it's worked well for the city of Clovis, and Lozano Smith with the different attorneys that have been our city attorneys designees has worked well, and Scott's doing a great job. So I like it. I'll open it up to the public. Anyone in? Oh, Bon, sorry.
I just wanted to appreciate the changing from the flat rate for a meeting to hourly. So Bob, we have to ask last questions, so that way
I'll make a motion that you ask last questions. Thank you, Scott. We'll talk later.
I knew that was an indirect way to help shorten the meetings and save money.
Well, 8 o'clock. Okay. I tried, but you guys are. Anyone in the public wishing to comment on this item? In the web, on the web, or somewhere in the web? Okay, I'll bring it back to council.
I'll make a motion that we approve the agreement for the professional services with Lozano Smith.
I'll second it.
A motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Unanimous, 5-0.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Next item, consider various actions associated with the Department of Citizens Advisory Committee to evaluate the police department's funding, operations, staff levels, and report back the recommendations on services provided, efficiencies, operations, and funding. A, confirm, amend consensus directions provided to staff at the November 15, 2021 meeting. B, consider options regarding facilities and 25-member committee meetings through the process. C, approve the draft calendar for the committee meetings timeline. D, receive and file an analysis of expenditures and staffing within the police department over the past 15 years. Staff is Assistant City Manager John Holtz.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and take the lead on the discussion. I'm going to try and keep it at 30,000 feet. I've got the finance director and the police chief here if we delve into the details that they can help me out with. Starting off with a brief background on how we got here. On November 8th, the police chief presented a State of the Department update to City Council. The primary focus was on the staffing in the patrol division. On November 15th, the council considered a request from Matt Basco to discuss creating a Citizens Advisory Committee for the purpose of evaluating police officer staffing. On that date, November 15th, I missed that meeting, I apologize. There was significant discussion regarding the committee and how it would be created, facilitated, the focus of which, and the scope. There were 4 specific areas that were discussed that staff is now returning to City Council. to expand the discussion and confirm direction. I broke the staff report into 4 pieces, the first of which is going to be going back and listening to the audio a couple times, confirming the consensus from the November 15th meeting. And here's what staff heard. Basically, the direction to item number 1, form the committee. Item number 2 was going to be the makeup of the committee would be 5 members from each council member, totaling 25 total. Number 3 would be the scope of the committee. Analysis would be staffing of the entire department versus the patrol division itself. Item number 4, review and report expenditures and staffing within the police department over the past 15 years. Item 5 was consider what it is going to take to stay the safest city in the valley. And finally, number 6 would be to report back on required timeline should a tax measure be considered to be placed on the November 2022 ballot. And the second part I've got is there was significant discussion, but I could not confirm consensus on the following 3 items that I would like council's feedback on before we move on. Item number 1 is going to be, what is the consensus of City Council's participation on the committee? I heard a lot of discussion, but not a consensus. So staff would like the feedback on that item.
You want to tackle one at a time? So
yes.
The first one, live, work, or property owner? Oh, consensus participation, council participation.
Yes.
Well, my recollection, do you want to go first, Lynn?
No.
All right, my recollection is
Just
that,
remember, he's charging you every time you talk.
that didn't start yet.
It started right now.
January 1st.
No, right now. Starting right now, huh, Scott? Right now, go ahead.
What I recall from just to kind of lay the groundwork as I recall it, was that there was some concern about council participation on the committee. I think that was expressed by Lynn. Then I had indicated that I would at least like to be able to see what's going on in that committee if I chose to do that. I put that within the context of the last experience where I felt like the consultants were driving what ended up being a big waste of resources and money, and they got a lot of it. So I wanted to make sure that there was no consultant that was involved in a way that was going to mislead the committee. I also know that when we had the meeting last time, or the committee last time, that I participated, I think at the beginning, because I was the mayor at the time, and so kind of to Lynn's point, there were some people that were upset about my introduction to what the role of the committee should be, and I don't know exactly where that came from, but I know that people were upset about my participation in it. So I think that kind of lays the groundwork for it. From my perspective, it's like we shouldn't be excluded, but we shouldn't dominate. And so what that looks like is probably going to be up to each council member, and we should probably be free to gauge that on our own.
Drew, Bob, would you be satisfied with we can observe but not participate? Would that allay your concern about maybe the?
No, because I want to be able to call them out when they're going in that direction and say, hey, you're misleading this group, and here's why. At least this is my view as to why you're misleading the group. I'm not saying that I'm going to do that, but I have my prior experience makes me want to be able to do that. At the same time, I don't want to be overbearing, and so we all have to kind of figure out what that means.
Would that require us to permit members of the public to do the same?
I believe it would. Yeah, I think that these meetings are going to be open to the public, and they should be allowed to participate. They just be non-voting members of the committee. I think that's probably what the law requires. I'm not sure.
Yes, if I could, Mr. Mayor, this committee, at least as it's being discussed now, a formal committee appointed by the council would be subject to the Brown Act. So it would be open to the public. Assuming none of the council members would be any of the 25 members that might be appointed or a committee member, certainly I think it would be difficult to prohibit a council member from attending a public meeting and commenting as any other member of the public could comment. But obviously, the council member, at least as what's being discussed, it's not being envisioned that any of the council members would be committee members themselves.
Go,
So by being able to discuss publicly at public comments as a council member, that would, I think that's reasonable. Just to follow up on that, Scott, so if all five of us came and commented, it wouldn't violate anything, in other words, because it's already a public meeting.
Correct. It'd be an
Okay.
agendized Brown Act meeting.
Yeah.
Just as, you know, we don't necessarily advise that you attend planning commission meetings, but the five council members could attend a planning commission meeting, just to observe or even offer opinion on that. Again, this is going to be an advisory committee to you. So ultimately, the charge of the committee would be to come up with recommendations to present them to the council at some point in the future.
Lynn?
I think just as we don't go to planning commission meetings typically because that's also an advisory group, my preference would be that we be careful because when an elected official is in the room, people defer sometimes. And this is advising us, not us giving input in. We have plenty of chances for that. So I think it's probably going to go that people can go. It's, you know, the Brown Act, so go. But I think we just need to be super committed to letting the citizens tell us about their perspective and not chiming in. We're not trying to direct it. We're just trying to hear. I also think, though, it speaks to two other really important points. One is a crystal clear purpose, like laminated and tattooed on people's, like, this is about this and not this. And it speaks to clarity of purpose and also speaks to the facilitation. And I know that's coming, but you've got to be able to have a neutral facilitator. And I don't mean neutral like not our staff, but somebody who doesn't have a vested interest in the outcome. Because I think what bothered you last time is it probably felt like they were going right down, well, let's have a sales tax, right? And so I would actually change under your consensus comments up here. Your number 6 is report back on the recommendations and in a required timeline should there be some tax measure. So I think number 6, you say should a tax measure. I just think we have to be really clear that this is about, in my mind, number 5. What is it going to take? What level of safety are we interested in? And so I think it's just a clarity of purpose. So it sounds like people want to go, and that's good. I just would, for me, I'm trying to talk less. That's a surprise. But I think our job is not to alter the course of the committee. We're inviting others to talk to us, not the other way around. But I'm comfortable if we're going to go that way, that we will all do the best we can and what we think makes sense for us.
So I'm hearing a consensus that it's an advisory committee, not one we participate in. Because if we're participating in, it's a different form of committee, different type of committee, where we have a vote and everything. So we do not want to vote. It will advise us. Is that the consensus?
Yeah. And if people want to talk or you want to comment,
Because I hear something different from Bob. I hear Bob wants to participate in the committee.
I want the opportunity to be able to participate in the committee. I'm not saying that I'm going to participate in it. So can you go back to the prior slide, please, John? Sure. So I think number 5, Lynn has indicated, is probably her most important component of the analysis. For me, it's number 4. And if all they do is focus on number 5, then I'm going to say, hey, wait a second, how about number 4? That's how I envision my participation in this. How come you guys haven't thought about why is it that we've given so much more percentage-wise to the police department, they don't have any more patrol officers? I mean, that's significant to me. In fact, I don't really think we get to anything else until we answer that first question. So that's how I would view my, at some point, participating or making some comments. It's like, you guys are missing the boat here. This is really what the council, at least for me, this is what we really want to know, is how is it that we don't have any more patrol officers when we've increased the budget by, 70 or 80%? That's my focus.
But if in the end it's just advisory and you just comment, not necessarily participate in the sense that you will be the one, you'll be one of the participants, you'll be
You don't
doing,
want to be on the committee.
I'm not on the committee, no.
okay, so.
So would it be fair for me to say that it was the consensus to allow council attendance and, act as an advisor?
I think we're governed by the law on this. It's a Brown Act committee. We can, we're not gonna be voting because we're not gonna be appointing ourselves to it. And, we can comment if we feel like we want to comment.
Could we, particularly in public comment?
Say that again?
Because each one of the meetings is gonna have a section for public comment. Would it be, I'm just trying to narrow it down so we know the
So
scope of what we're
when
talking
can
about.
we comment? Public comment, is that,
It depends on how the agenda is put together. I mean, if you have 3 items, after each item 1, there'd be an opportunity for public comment, just like we have here. That would be my
so if
view.
it's modeled like this meeting, yes,
That'd be
public
the-
comment.
That'd be the plan.
I mean,
That
I guess
good?
it's up to the committee as if they're even gonna just have, I don't know how the committee's gonna put together their agenda, frankly.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I mean, anyone who's not an appointed committee member is a member of the public.
Right.
So whether it's a council member, whether it's just a citizen from Clovis that wants to come to a committee meeting that's been agendized under the Brown Act, they're still a member of the public. So they'd have the same opportunity as anybody would, whether it's the general public comment at the beginning of the meeting, or if there's specific agenda items, to comment on each agenda item as it comes up. So.
Okay.
Were our general plan update committees Brown Act, subject to the Brown Act?
I'm not sure that they were. Yeah, I don't.
It had public participation.
Yeah, so how, I
sure
guess
we
I'm
did.
trying to figure out why is this a little bit different? We have public committees that do general plan and other things, but that's people and appointed and publish the names and all that. Why is that not subject to the Brown Act?
Well, I went to some of those general plan meetings, and there were members of the public there, and they did comment. They just didn't have the opportunity to vote. So I don't know if that would be any different than this committee.
Except I don't remember that it was a Brown Act, kind of under that umbrella of the Brown Act.
Yeah, and
I'm sure it was, to be
And
honest
I don't
with
know
you.
how the appointment was for those other committees.
They were appointed
so-
by city council.
Yeah, okay.
I believe those were noticed and open to the public. There just may not have been a lot of participation outside of the appointed committee members, but they were noticed and
Okay,
Open to the
I don't recall that. Okay, thanks.
So is that clear enough?
It is.
Okay, number 2?
Moving on to item number 2, was in listening to the audio, it's unclear, if the committee members would be required to live, work, and/or own property in the city, and I just wanted to clarify that.
My opinion is they need to live within the city, not work within the city, and not just own property. They have to own property and live on the property. We could have someone who owns a very large tract of land who wants to develop it, not develop it, have a commercial, have a residential, and the basis of their opinion, it could be, if there's a property tax on this, my property taxes go up, the answer is no. But not having, not actually living here, living someplace else. So I think they should live and work within the city, live in the city, preferably work in the city, but definitely live within the city limits of Clovis. My opinion.
But they could be a renter.
Yes, I'll do it.
So I think that if they own property in the city, they probably should have an opportunity to sit on the committee, and here's why. One of the options available, should we choose to increase revenues, is a property tax. And to suggest that someone would not be able to voice their concerns as a member of the committee, just because they don't live in the city, seems, I mean, it's not taxation without representation, but it's close to it. And they are already going to have people who live in the city who may be renters only, and they're not going to be impacted by a property tax increase necessarily. I mean, maybe indirectly. And so, I can tell you from my perspective, I'm only appointing people to the committee who live in the city. But I don't think we should preclude other council members from appointing people, who at least own property in the city for the reasons that I've just explained.
Yeah, I want this to be more broad, so that way there's not I find out one of yours is not, then it starts to get into more of disqualifying each other. The people I think we find will be those who have some vested interest within the city. And so I don't know if I will have, or should we be asking all this, or is there an application where someone will vet all this so that way it doesn't disqualify anyone after this meeting? Because I don't want those technicalities to derail the purpose of the committee, but I do want them to have some vested interest. But I also believe that who you put in, for example, you may have someone who may not live, work, or own, but have a lot of a lot of interest here, like a hospital, something like that, right? And so those sort of things I think are important. Someone from the university potentially who has expertise in this, but they may not even be in any of those three. So I don't know how we do it, but I don't want it to be such a criteria where we're disqualifying too many people.
Am I next, or?
I think it should, we're not doing like rocket science here. We're just trying to get 25 opinions of people with an interest in the city of Clovis. So I think live, work, or own property are fine. You could have a chamber leader who doesn't live in the city of Clovis, but who would have a really strong interest. I feel like live, work, and own, and we're good judges of folks. I think that's where it's safe those are three ways to have an interest in the city of Clovis. You live here, you work here, or you own property here. I think we are.
And rent.
And rent, but you live here. So I live here, I work here, or I own property here.
The renter could be a retailer, someone who's invested in a business and they're leasing.
But they would work in the Clovis.
Okay,
They would work here. So you can live here in an apartment or a house or a condo or a tent. Awkward in tent, but you could work here, but live in Kerman, or you could own property here and do any of the other combinations, or you could be all three. So I think we're good. I'm comfortable with all three and just trusting that we've got the right. We're looking for those kind of folks.
I'm good with that. I just wanted to clarify,
Thank you.
to make sure.
Yeah.
Item number 3 is going to be, council indicated they were interested in having members of the general public involved in the process outside of the selected committee members. And the easy answer for that is going to be, it's going to be a Brown Act open meeting to the public where they can participate. In addition to that, a proposed calendar I'll show you in a few minutes will show you that we could just have town hall style meetings after the committee came back with recommendations, which would include that type of public outreach. Just a suggestion. If I'm looking for feedback on if that sounds like a good idea.
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, so moving on to the second part of the staff report, options for facilitating. There was some discussion. It kind of went around. I put some ideas up here and just kind of looking for feedback from council. One of them was to hire an independent outside facilitator, and to be honest with you, over the past couple of weeks, staff has looked into finding somebody that could operate in that fashion, and we haven't had much luck. Item number 2 the option for facilitating is for the committee to select a chair and a vice chair and have those members act as the facilitators. Item 3 is going to have city council direct staff to facilitate the meetings. And then this wasn't included in the staff report that came up after we went to print, but the potential for using somebody from Lozano Smith to facilitate the meetings. Scott's come up with some names that could potentially do it, and we would be looking for feedback from council. And then I just $50 an hour? It's $240.
And there's a sale on facilitation.
But I mean, we, actually, Andy suggested the idea, and it was a good idea. There's actually some, good associates with Lozano Smith, Regina Garza for one, James McCann, that's in the audience, another, but, just something to consider. And I'd be looking for feedback from city council for staff to go take a look at it a little bit further and come back with an idea or two to, get buy-in from council.
The problem with outside facilitators, they're too busy or they're not?
Couldn't find any. And we,
Yeah, just, I mean, they're hard to, well, they're just hard to find. There's not hardly any local. So, you know, and I doubt their hourly wage or rate is less than Lozano Smith, and you'd be paying a lot of travel time too. So, yeah, I know, I'm picking on Scott, everybody is, you know, kind of, it's his night. But, it's just, we look, and there's just not a lot of them out there.
we found a lot of firms that do polling, and a lot of firms that, provide, political advice, but, not one willing to facilitate.
So I'm thinking that, I'm sorry, Drew, you probably had your mic on first.
That's okay, Bob.
I defer to the gentleman in the,
Okay, the
what,
clock is running on.
the checkered blue and white shirt.
The gentleman with 2 operational feet. You know, obviously, number 1's out. Number 2, we're gonna have a group of 25 folks that aren't gonna know each other. It's gonna be difficult for them to really get to know each other well enough to do this in any timely fashion. I think staff already has enough on their plate. And I think using somebody from Lozano Smith is really the most logical one, because they'll be able to make the Brown Act issues come forth. They'll be able to do some public education on what we can do in public comments and what we can't do in public comments, and probably be able to guide the conversation more effectively than either a staff member or a member of the public, but that's my opinion. Wow. You can say ditto. It's okay.
We'll open the public portion in a second, Don.
So I think we have, I mean, maybe, your point about how staff has too much on their plate, that's probably true. I was thinking staff should facilitate. There should be somebody that we have on staff that we know who, can at least, you know, direct, the conversation in such a way that it stays, on track, or actually, more importantly, be available to, answer questions, because I think all of these folks are gonna have a lot of questions.
And just to clarify, we will have staff members participating in the committee. Yeah, there'd be at least 3 or 4 of us. We're actually gonna have Luke do it.
You can do it. Oh, we have to.
So I guess my view, my view is that, I think that the chair and the vice chair should come from the committee, but if we have staff there to facilitate, we're probably good. I'd rather not pay the $250 an hour, that a Lozano Smith attorney is gonna cost us. And I think that our staff could do it just as well as a Lozano Smith attorney. Those are my views.
But would there be questions of bias that you've brought up a couple of times now, that a staff member might?
Well, yeah, I think that's but maybe I'll be there to point that out. No, I think that we've got, I can think of, a few that would be fantastic, in the role of facilitator, in the sense of just kind of getting that discussion going and being available to answer questions.
That you would feel comfortable that they're not leaning to one way or the other?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not too worried about that. If there's somebody who's already expressed, an outcome, then yeah, I don't want them directing it. But if there's somebody who's, been able to remain neutral through this process, then, so far, I think they should be able to do it.
I have another variation on the idea. Of course I do. So, I think you're right about 25 people who don't all know each other. It's going to take them 3 weeks to figure out whatever. So another scenario might be that you appoint 2 co-chairs, or a chair and a vice chair, or whatever that is, and that we have staff as the staff support of the committee, so that the committee doesn't have to spend their first 3 meetings going, well, I don't know, I vote for you, and blah, blah, blah. So if we recommended, and I think that would be appropriate coming from you, we could tell you who, we could give you our 2 cents, and you could ignore it or not. But it seems like if we could start with 2 chairs or co-chairs or whatever that is, that makes sense to me. And then we have a staff person who's really the manager of the process, provide the staff support, not somebody from PD, because you're the expert, you're the content knowledge folks in the mix. But maybe, anyway, so
I like
yeah.
that idea. Have Jose appoint the chair or vice chair.
Yeah, so that we start the process off. That's what I would suggest, and then.
What I would want from staff is that of the 25 people that they get like resumes or something that you pick people that would have the capacity to be leaders.
Maybe you pick 2 people and we have 27 people. You pick who you want, and then we have 5, and then 14 people show up, and there you could just proceed that way. Because I don't think we would have time to do resumes and call me, fill out an application and all that. Or if there's,
I think we'll know them by.
if one of us say, hey, they would be great or whatever,
Yeah.
but I think you should have the prerogative if you want to pick a co-chair and 2 co-chairs or whatever, blah, 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 you should be able to do that.
I mean, when we pick our 5, we could say, oh, and by the way, I think this person would make a good chair or co-chair. And then you could say, no, I like this other person, and that's fine.
That would be another faster way, maybe, to get the group going. And then I think staff could be the support, and I think Lozano Smith is a really good idea, though, as maybe a neutral navigator, because there could be some place where staff doesn't really want to, I don't think wants to get too far into any kind of funding question. I mean, I think that's a slippery slope for staff. So anyway, I think somebody from Lozano Smith. Yes, Bob, it'd be okay to spend a little money on this. It's okay, just a little money.
Remember you said that.
Anyway, that's my recommendation, that you pick 2.
Okay, but.
Either from the 25, or I'm thinking you could pick 2 today if you wanted, or whatever.
Or if each council member recommended, somebody from their 5.
I think the facilitator is, my recommendation is it's a staff person, and I have somebody in mind that I would like to say out loud if you'd like me to, or I can say it later. And I think Lozano Smith is also available to help facilitate as needed. If staff feels like they need help, or that's a lot of people. 25 people is a lot of cat herding. So maybe it's a dual role. Just a thought.
Well, I've always liked, Brian Araki or Dwight Kroll, but I don't know if they're biased and but they handle people very well. And then if Luke is willing, since he will be retired.
I think that's a non-starter.
Yeah, no.
I didn't even have to look at him.
Yeah, I can feel that, like, there isn't enough money on earth to make that happen.
But I also like your appointment, the mayor appointing, I like that idea. So, but I really do feel that we have to designate some facilitator. Where it comes from, I don't know. I just threw those 2 names out because they've always dealt with tough issues, always know how to move agendas along. And so you just need someone to herd them. So.
And the only thing I would add in speaking with staff that could potentially facilitate this is that selecting a staff member as objective as they can be, is still going to put them in an awkward position in dealing with their peers.
Yeah.
Whatever the final result of this, could potentially alienate certain parties against a facilitator, whether it be staff or somebody from Lozano Smith.
I'm not with you. You mean if the decision is that we should build a fence around Clovis and never talk to anyone again, or what? I mean, the outcome of the committee could say that? I'm not tracking.
Sure, I'm just concerned about putting a staff member as a facilitator for the group because it puts them in somewhat of an awkward position.
And that was my concern earlier, because to weigh motivations of the staff member and then having to come work every day and then deal with other staffers and then us too, because like whatever the outcome is, are we going to question their motives later on? And that puts them in an awkward. I agree with what John is saying. Well, that and with having a person from Lozano Smith that is neutral, at least no one knows their position, their bias, or whatever other feelings they may have on whatever issue is decided. It's not internal. It's not internal to the city. They could be a more independent advisor, whereas our people, they work here. They're not independent, whether it's perceived or real. And that's the issue. It could be all perceived, but then now they still have to work here. And so that can be an internal conflict that we don't want among our staff.
I think I hear you. I don't see that. I think, in my experience, the role of the facilitator is to manage the process, not add input into the stew. So if the staff's role was just to manage the process, but I don't disagree. I mean, to that point, I would choose somebody from Lozano Smith then. I mean, they're smart. They know how to negotiate this and that. I mean, that's what they do. So I think that, and not nobody knows them, but I mean, they don't live here, work here. But I think that would be worth the investment if you're worried about that. And then staff could be there to support them.
We will.
Of course. I mean, if you're worried about that, then I feel like that's the only option we have, is to be somebody from Lozano Smith, which is a good option, for sure.
So the hybrid, we're appointing a quick co-chair, and then go with Lozano Smith.
Mm-hmm. And a staff support as the staff. Mm-hmm.
We have consensus? Yeah.
I think we got a public comment.
Oh, okay. Public comment?
Okay, I'm Don Watnick. I'm listening to you, and my blood pressure is rising. You're trying to appoint a independent citizen committee to advise you. That doesn't mean you have to take their advice, but you should allow them to be independent. Don't hire an outside facilitator. In fact, don't have a facilitator. 25 people will know each other very, very quickly and can decide who is the best person to become the president and the vice president and to lead the group, just like in a jury trial. That happens very quickly. You get a foreman. If you want truly independent advice, let it be independent. Let the group run the meetings. Do not bring in a facilitator. You need staff there to answer questions, but you need to direct the committee as to its ultimate goal, and that is, I guess, how do we make this the safest city? That's the goal. You can set certain parameters that you want the committee to achieve, but I strongly suggest you allow the committee to be independent. I have been on committees with facilitators and with staff, and they control the meeting. They direct exactly what's going to happen, and they're looking for an outcome. Whether you think they are independent or not, they're human beings. They are looking for an outcome, and they're going to achieve that outcome. I can't suggest it strongly enough. Allow the committee to do what you're asking it to do, and that is be an advisor. If you accept their advice, great. If you don't accept their advice, great. That's up to you. But that's all they are, is an advisory committee to come up with suggestions, ideas of what it's going to take to make this city even better than what it is. And we have a great city now. we can continue to strive to make it better. And that's the what's the word I'm looking for? That's the goal that you should set for the committee. It's up to you to set that goal. Don't constrain the committee with facilitators and appointed people. Let them do their job. If they don't do it well, you're free to disband the committee. That's up to you. You're in charge of the committee. But if you want an independent advice, let them be independent. That's my suggestion.
So Don, so your major disagreement is don't appoint the chair and the co-chair. Let the committee do that organically.
I would definitely suggest that. The five of you know bright people, capable people. You're not going to put stupid people on that committee. I have confidence you're not going to do that. The kind of person that can lead the committee will come forward very, very quickly. It always happens in any well-selected committee. Let the committee be the advisory group that you're asking it to be. Don't control it. And, you know, if you have an outside facilitator or an inside facilitator or staff, they're going to control it because, as I say, they're human. And they have outcomes that they'd like to see, and they're going to control it. If you want a really independent advisory committee, let them be independent. Staff needs to be there. I hope the chief can be there to answer questions. I also hope the scope of the committee is defined so that we're talking about safe city, which means the police department and fire department. Nothing else. Everything else should be excluded, if that's what you want. But you set the scope, you set the ultimate goal. Let the committee do what it needs to do. If you don't like the direction it's going, disband the committee. But don't start by controlling it right from the beginning. Let it develop. You're asking for advice from the citizens. You're going to select, I'm sure, competent citizens. Let them go for it.
Okay. Don, okay. Do you think 25 people is too big? I mean, you mentioned a jury, and if a jury's 12, and this is double plus one, and I'm just concerned if we wanted to do it that way, that it would become a little too unwieldy, or at the very least, I mean, everybody's busy. We're asking folks to give up probably 5 or 6 nights of their life. And what I'd hate to see is 2 or 3, 2.5 meetings get kind of wasted while everybody, you know, gets to know each other. And
to answer you, Drew, if it were me, I would keep it down to 15, 3 appointees. I think 25 is an awfully large group. Everybody wants to say something. The meetings can drag on quite a long time. I think if it were me, I'd draw the line at 15 maximum. Because if you're going to create this committee, you want positive results. I think you're right. 25, yeah, everybody's going to want to speak, and it may be 5 years before you get an outcome, and that's not what you want. You want an outcome, I think, within 3 to 6 months. A clear definition of what the citizens believe will help make this city a safer city.
Okay. Thank you, Don. Anyone else wishing to comment on this item? Anyone on the web?
No.
Any further comments or?
Have we considered doing this via Facebook Live? Have we made a decision on whether we're gonna let people be involved remotely? I mean, I see these questions being asked. I mean, I'm concerned about, I'm concerned a little about some of it. But it would be nice to have the Facebook Live. Obviously, we would need a facilitator just to handle some of that, but then that becomes, all you need is one or two cranks in the room, and all of a sudden your whole conversation gets sidetracked by somebody who is sitting on a lawn chair or someplace.
I can tell you what our initial plan is.
I'm sorry?
I can tell you what our initial plan is.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we don't have the facilities in here for a committee of 25 to be able to participate in a meeting similar to what we do here, which is interactive, WebEx, and having people call in. The likelihood would be that, the recommendation would be that we do have these meetings, potentially at the senior center for 8 meetings, whatever it is, or we do a road show where we take the meetings around town in different parts of the city and have the 25 members meet in the 4 quadrants of the city, that type of thing. We would probably, I reached out to Chad to reach out to CMAC to be able to broadcast these, and you know, Carrie, you can help me out, but these could be broadcast live, but they'd be lacking the ability for somebody not present to participate. If the member wanted to participate, they'd have to show up at the meeting. And again, these will be noticed meetings where people can participate. It's just that I don't think we have the technological capability right now to replicate what we have here for this subcommittee.
Did we have anybody on the web that wanted to speak?
No.
Okay. So,
$25 or $15?
yeah, Don brings up some question. Is the committee size too big? And do we
I think for me, at least, that horse is already out of the barn.
Okay. All right.
We had talked about that at the last meeting. I said it's too big, and then you guys said, well, some people don't show, I shouldn't say you guys. Someone said, some people don't show up, and so it ends up being more manageable.
Measure C is 24 people, averaging about 14 people at the moment. So, I mean, I just don't think you're gonna get 25 people. So I think it is right.
And
I'm still right.
so the question is, the only question is, just still have a consensus that the mayor appoints the first chair and co-chair, because, you know, because of the size, we got to facilitate that first encounter.
I think we trust you to be able to, and I would say from one of the 20, or 2 of the 25 that we bring, rather than making it to 27.
And that's what I say.
Then, and I think that we trust you to be able to choose people who you think are gonna be, non-biased and neutral on the issue, and have the ability to kind of carry a meeting to facilitate in a way that's gonna be helpful.
And I would ask, as names come in, that they be given to me as soon as possible so I can start evaluating.
Sure. And just to clarify, we would have the chair and the co-chair facilitate the meeting?
Yes. Well, no, we're still.
I think any good chair is gonna remain neutral and is going to facilitate, like what the agenda looks like, the order of the business, who's going to be, choosing who's gonna be speaking. If there's a question to staff, the staff, probably needs to answer that question. So I have a great deal of confidence in chairs, and of the names that I'm sure we're gonna come up with, there are gonna be a few people who've chaired some meetings before, and they'll know how to do it without controlling it, but to remain a neutral party, like I think that all of the mayors have done here.
And so, the question regarding an outside facilitator, like Lozano Smith, is that out now, or?
I mean, if you guys want to do that, that's fine. I just don't see maybe we'll need a facilitator at some point. Maybe we have different definitions of what facilitation means. But, I mean, if we need to bring in Lozano Smith at some point because it's not moving along well, then we can bring them in later. But I think it's probably not necessary to start with that. If it turns out that we give you names and it's like, you see nobody here who's neutral and can kind of guide the work of the committee, then yeah, maybe we need to bring in Lozano Smith. But I think you're going to see some names on there that you're familiar with.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Mayor, just to Bob's point, I think I'm not sure exactly what the facilitator would be required to do. I can say that I think there'll be someone from my office at maybe every meeting just to observe. There probably is going to be more than one occasion where someone from my office may have to go to advise the committee on whatever process maybe they're going to ask questions on what type of tax measures could we contemplate and what would be the requirements for getting them on the ballot. Would it be a general tax or a special tax? Certainly someone from my office would be providing that information to them. But as far as facilitating the discussion, other than keeping them on task, you're going to have a scope and you're going to have a charge, I guess, for this committee to make sure, you know, what it is. I think we could keep them on task, but I don't know that that would be, I guess I'm not clear on what a facilitator would be doing other than just making sure they're following the Brown Act requirements and hitting the agenda items and all that stuff.
Okay, so I think we have consensus now that it will be led by a chair and a co-chair appointed by the mayor.
Understood.
Okay.
Moving on, the other task we had was for the city council to direct staff to come up with a potential calendar should a tax measure of some kind be considered for the November of 2022 ballot. And this is fluid, of course. I'm just putting one up there for consideration. But if we could assign the members, have the committees appointed by the city council as soon as possible, they could meet potentially from January through April of 2022, the committee meetings themselves. May of 22, the committee could report back to the city council. June of 22, we could have some kind of town hall meetings to consider the recommendation from the committee. And then just to allow some time, like in July of 2022, if a tax measure was recommended, there are things that need to be done to meet the deadline, and that deadline to get the information to the county for the council, the drop dead date is going to be August 8 of 2022 to get the information to the county clerk to get on the November ballot. Any questions on that? That's just a quick and dirty what it could look like. And then we get into the 15-year analysis, item number D, which is going to be the 15-year analysis of the funding and the staffing. I have this chart.
John, before you go
Yes,
to
sir.
the funding, just back to the calendar.
Yes, sir.
Chief, is the date very critical? Or if, say the committee takes the 8 meetings and they just can't come to anything, I mean, is that critical, or do we want the committee to be able to work things out, bring solid recommendations back, or are we going to hold them to it and they may not be, at a consensus with regards to recommendations?
I think as far as my position as the chief, I've conveyed, I guess where we're at right now and where we're headed. No matter what the committee decides or city council decides, we're going to work within the budget that we're provided. And as time goes on, if our staff doesn't grow, then there's things we'll consider in cutting. Those are some of the things we talked about. Hopefully we don't get there, but I'll work with whatever needs we're provided, and we'll continue to do the best job we can.
Okay. John, if let's say a measure needs to be put on So if we don't meet those deadlines, then is it 2 more years, or can there be a special election? How does that, what are the other options if we don't meet those deadlines?
There are other options, and it kind of depends on specific, what type of tax measure would be recommended
Okay.
and what's required to be included in a general or a special election. But there are
Okay.
some options out there depending on what's recommended.
Okay, all right.
And ultimately, this is an advisory committee, so no decision by this committee is a decision, if you ask me. So we're still the council. These dates don't happen in a vacuum. So we'll have to make a decision if we want to. So we're still the people in charge, so it's up to us. We've heard what the chief has had to say. We've heard what Matt has told us. So, you know, do we believe what's going on in our fiscal house or not? And by the time some of these dates come around, there'll be significant work done to give us a clue as where we should be. I mean, issues that need to be dispelled or vindicated will be, and therefore we'll be able to make decisions whether or not this committee has a recommendation. And maybe it's a split recommendation. You know, we need to hear that too.
Item number D was going to be a 15-year analysis of funding and staffing for the police department. I know you guys can't see anything here from it. You have a hard copy in front of you. You were provided a copy over the weekend. What I ended up doing was to try and just kind of keep it at 30,000 feet and provide you a summary and allow for council questions should you have any. This analysis is going to be a summary of the prior page, just hiding the years in between year one, which is 2005-06, and 2019-20. Talks about the general fund revenues, both discretionary and non-discretionary. As you can see, from 2005-06, we went from 48.3 million to 75.2 million. And then the third column there is going to be the average change, average annual change for each one of the items there between 2006 and 2020. So when we're looking at total revenues right there, going from the 48 million to the 75 million represents an average 3.7% increase over the 15-year period. Taking a look at the expenditures down below, you can see that the police department's expenditures went from 20.6 million to 38 million even, which represents a 4.6 average annual increase. And the numbers below that talks about the percentage of discretionary revenue, shows that the police department was in 2005-06, 63% of the total discretionary revenues, and 66% in 1920. Moving over to the chart to the right, I'm going to take a look at some of the numbers that the police chief had presented, and just a comparison with some of the totals that were increasing, which we believe is impacting his ability to do certain staffing. Salary went from 44% to 41%, coming down about 0.5% per year. Retirement costs went from 11% to 14%. Health care went from 5% to 6%. And then the internal service funds went from 7% to 10%. And then taking a look at the recommended positions for sworn is basically flat. In 2005 and 6, it was 101 sworn. In 2019-20, it was 100, basically no increase, slight reduction. The non-sworn have increased from 50 to 67, or an average of 2.3% per year. Total recommended positions went from 151 to 167. Going to the bottom, taking a look at the officers per thousand, the sworn per thousand in 2005 and 6 was 1.12 officers per thousand. Going forward to 1920, that's been reduced to 0.84. Non-sworn positions per thousand remained at 0.56 per thousand between 2005, 6 and 1920. And then the total police department staff per 1,000 residents went from 1.68 in 2005-6 to 1.4 in 2019-20. The next chart I have is just a comparison, over the years, the black line being the population going from approximately 89,000 to 119,000, and then the sworn officers in the blue line, just showing you where they're at over the same time period, 2005, 2006. As far as next steps, coming back.
Can I stop you right there?
Yes,
You don't
sir.
mind? Can you tell us why it is that you, wanted to show those figures?
The figures here,
Yeah,
why?
yeah.
Just wanted to summarize this chart right here and kind of just show you, in a summary form, what the data showed, comparison between the first year and the last year.
So, why would you want to go with a 15-year analysis as opposed to the 10-year, like what we saw with the ACFR?
The comparison here that we talked about last time was going to be the 15-year analysis was the EDICO study that was done last in 2006, and this ties to the time frame that the study was done. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief?
No, that was right. I think that's
Okay.
right. It's EDCO Solutions, was that the name of the consultant?
EDICO.
Correct. And the numbers that I presented during my study were during the same time period, so we wanted to be consistent.
I see. Okay, because obviously, I'm in favor more of the ACFR numbers as opposed to the 15-year analysis. I do see that there's going to be a significant change in some of the broad 30,000-foot analysis if we're doing a 15 years versus a 10-year.
Sure.
What we saw from the ACFR was that there was an increase of 70 or 80% in the budget over the last 10 years, and we haven't had that much in the way of more sworn peace officers. And here, if you look at it, it's probably going to be the same percentage, but it's going to be over 15 years. And so when you choose to make the start of your analysis is going to be significant in making the determination as to, who, why was it then that, the increase was, so significant over the last 10 years, and there's been no, I guess, significant increase in sworn peace officers. So I see this as a point of potential bias on the part of staff, and so I just kind of want to point that out, that if we're starting in 0506 as opposed to the last 10 years and using the ACFR, when the ACFR is put together without any bias, it's just numbers, and that we get every year, I think that I see already some, and I'm sorry for saying this, I already see some positioning taking place by staff. So.
And here again, the overall goal was just to establish a foundation, and the discussion that took place on the November 15th meeting was going to be to go back and take a look at a financial analysis for the police department for the 15-year period, which was equivalent to the EDICO study.
I understand. I just think the less biased approach is going to be the ACFR study.
Sure.
And can you, why would you say that? Why are numbers that are 15 years old versus 10 any different? What's the difference?
I think that the numbers are still the same. I don't have a dispute over the numbers, but when one looks at the last 10 years, which is going to be the ACFR study, those numbers are presented within a vacuum that doesn't take into account the concern that the public, that the police department expressed from 0506. So in 0506, we were blowing and going with development, with sales tax revenue, with property tax revenue. Those were really great years. Then it was shortly after that we had the Great Recession. So there was an expectation as we looked at 0506 that the money was going to keep coming in, and it didn't. And so what you had was a significant drop in revenues to the city of Clovis as a result of the Great Recession. And my view is that the better numbers are going to be numbers that had been put together outside of the EDCO study, but had been put together associated with just the ACFR as opposed to the EDCO study. EDCO was I understand the time frame that it was done, and it was done at a time so that we could figure out how to improve, law enforcement and the management of the police department. And I thought it had some value, but I think that the better numbers are going to be the last 10 years as opposed to the last 15 years. So I guess my request would be, let's do both. I mean, if you want to have the 15-year analysis, that's fine, but I think probably the less biased numbers are going to come from the ACFR as opposed to the...
15 years captures prior to the recession, after the recession, and the aftermath of the recession. So why aren't those numbers valid?
I'm not saying that the numbers are invalid. I'm just saying that when you choose to start your analysis is going to be I think,
And what
impactful.
caused this city to start reducing the number of employees, especially in public safety, was that recession.
I don't disagree with that.
So why isn't it valid to go back?
I'm not saying that it's invalid. I'm just saying, let's at least also include the
But
10.
why is it biased then? I heard bias.
Yeah, because my impression is that,
Bias is a very biased word. So justify the word bias is what I want to hear.
Sure, okay, so if we were to, so what my concern has been through this process when it was first raised is, all right, well, let's take a look at the numbers and how much the city of Clovis has been putting into public safety. And what we know is that as a result of the ACFR study, that there's been an increase of 70%, depending on whether you're looking at the accrual date, 70% or 80% over that 10-year period. That's a huge increase. The population in the city of Clovis has increased 22%. The citizens of the city of Clovis have put 4 times as much money into the police department. Why is it that they have not been able to hire enough police officers despite that significant investment over the last 10 years? So that's been my position. And to now go back to the 15-year analysis, which was kind of the height right before the Great Recession hit, I think is, one particular viewpoint. And I think it helps the argument for perhaps increasing sales taxes or property taxes on the citizens of the city of Clovis. And I would think it would be better if we just kind of look at the 10% or the 10-year numbers. I'm not saying don't look at the 15-year numbers. I'm saying just include the 10-year numbers, what I consider to be the less biased numbers from the ACFR.
I would say that the 10-year numbers are biased because it doesn't reflect history. 15 years is better history because it says where we were prior to the recession, the aftermath of the recession. Then 10 years starts to show how we then, we came out pretty good after the recession. So it didn't happen in a vacuum. What happened to public safety did not occur out of nowhere. It was what happened right prior to the recession, and then the aftermath. We took a chunk of people away from Clovis, and we couldn't staff it the way we were wanting to staff it, even though we were growing. So why isn't that calculus important?
That calculus is important. Do you have a concern with including the 10-year analysis in the ACFR?
Yes.
Why?
Because it reflects what we did in 10 years, but I would rather see 20 years. But 15 years, I guess what I'm disputing is you mentioned bias. It's not bias, it's numbers. Numbers aren't biased.
Okay, so do you have a disagreement with including the 10-year analysis?
No, I include both because.
Okay, I'm with you. We're good.
But you said that it starts to show the employee or the staff's bias, and I'm telling you, I don't see that.
And I respect your opinion. But if we can include the 10-year analysis, which you've already agreed to, I'm good.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, Bob, can you help me understand the 70% you're getting? So you're saying that if it was from 2010 to 2020, it would show a higher average change from this chart, or are we looking at something totally different?
So the ACFR that we just received today? Yeah, so if I would refer you to page 10, excuse me, 110. Let me get there as well.
And then while you're looking at that, if I could clarify something with the finance director, Jay, where is this information from?
Okay, so the information in front of you here is currently page 35 of the ACFR, which is by function. So that includes PD for each year of the ACFR on page 35. That schedule represents budgeted expenditures before you reclassify capital outlays or something else to its own category. So each one of those schedules is in fact different. I have tried to clarify that on the Friday report, but these is a compilation of page 35 from all of the books from 0506.
But it's a 15 years data from the ACFR.
And In addition, where possible, we kept with the categories from the 5-year forecast because that also mirrors that data. Only difference is in public safety and the 5-year forecast, we combine a lot of,
What page is that, Jay?
fire and PD. It's page 35.
So page 35 is not a
Yeah.
10-year,
That's correct.
okay.
Yes,
So
so
you're
we
saying
took
that-
the 15 audited financial statements from page 35 and combined them into this schedule for.
Okay, all right.
I see
Okay.
every year for the last 15 years from page 35.
Yes.
And then to answer your question, Vong, when you go to page 110,
Yeah.
and this is the accrual, remember the conversation related to accrual. As you look at public safety, it went in 2012 from 35 million up to 62 million, and that's a 78% increase over that 10-year period. And then as you go to page 113, which is the more of the expenditures by function as opposed to the accrual, you'll see in 2012 was at 34 million and then went up to 58 million, and that's a 69% increase. And then as you move along in the ACFR, when you get to page 127, you see the population figures, and there's only been a 25% increase in population. Yet we've increased the public safety budget by, depending on whether you're looking at one page or another, it's either by 70 or 80%. And then when you go to page 129 in the ACFR, what you see is that there's been an increase in personnel of 22%. How come there's only been an increase in personnel of 22% in police when they've had a budget that's gone up by 70 or 80%? And then finally, when you go to page 131, and that was the arrest figure, we've seen a 28% decrease in arrests over that same 10-year period. So the concern that has been expressed has been heard by two different ears. You know, one ear is, oh my goodness, the city of Clovis has become unsafe. And frankly, if you're to look at the Nextdoor app, you'd think that all of the time. Yet the numbers indicate that despite the fact that we have put millions and millions of dollars into the police department or into public safety, and there has been not a significant increase in patrol officers, and there's been a decrease in arrests, which actually could make a lot of sense. You know, if you have fewer officers to arrest people, you're going to have fewer arrests. But so for me, it's like, wait a second, there is a allocation problem related to the amount of money the citizens of the city of Clovis has put in. For whatever reason, not enough has gone to patrol, and I want to know why that is, because we've certainly put enough money in there to increase the amount that should be on patrol, if that is a priority for our police department. And it sounded like it is, and I want to know how come then it wasn't increased.
Okay. And my question, I guess, related to that is, page 110 and the revenues, they're not the same thing, though, are they? Not relaying to me from 2012 to 2021. So I see different numbers. So I'm just saying, I don't disagree that it may be that 70%, but also this chart is giving me something totally different than what Councilmember Whalen is asking. Is that correct, Jay? Because this only shows, what, 3%, right? And so that's the concern, when it should have been, what, 70%? And so I'm trying to understand, maybe the details aren't the same, so there is really no bias. This is just showing revenues from 2005 now to 2020, and the other one is showing changes in that position of expenses. So in other words, even the names aren't the same. It's one is revenues, the other one's expenses. So I'm trying to see where.
Again, there's a lot of statistics at the back of the ACFR, and they're being used for various reasons, but they are different depending on at what point in the financials are they. Are they at the budget, area first before we start carving off capital expenditures and moving them into their own classification? As you move and start to make these entries into it, the numbers do change to reflect those different changes. So all staff did in this case was attempt to put all of the audited numbers on one schedule for consumption.
Yeah.
And then we basically averaged year over year average of what each category in PD did. So as far as my input into this schedule, I didn't have any known bias when I accumulated the 15 documents. Yeah, and as to Susan's point, depending on which schedule you're looking at, it could be a combined. And so, again, you got to be careful of what you're looking at to make sure that we have an apple and an apple comparison. This is PD only department from 0506 forward. And the numbers are recalculable and they can be found in each one of the ACFRs.
And this may be simplified, Bob, but so you're saying if I should look at 2010 and 2020, that should be shown at 80% on the sheet that was just given? But because they showed it, staff showed it from 2005, now it's so low? But I don't get that calculation either. That's why I'm trying to, so there's different charts and what is here may not be what you were referring to, and I think it's more complicated than what we're actually seeing.
And
so
I don't
yeah.
disagree with everything that you've said, but I am just suggesting that if we could have the 10-year ACFR numbers also for this committee, that's what I would request.
I'll just say that this conversation is why we need a facilitator. This is a complicated, we do this every week. So I want to be really careful as this group, if we started, we're not going to do that. But I think we need to be really careful that we can keep this committee on track. Because we've been talking about this for an hour, and we all are more experienced, or whatever the adjective is. So we can't expect our citizens to understand. We've got 100 years of experience up here. So I think it's just a really good lesson in how you frame this up and how somebody leads us through the process, not to a conclusion. You've had bad facilitators if they came in unneutral. That's not the point of a facilitator. Someone has to manage the work. So that's all. We've been off on this for 1 hour without a facilitator. And this is what happened. I know it's not the same, but I just think we need to be, this is a really good lesson in how to structure this committee so we get to a constructive end, as opposed to 8 weeks of, I don't know what to do now after 8 weeks, so I just wanted to.
Jose, can I? Sure. I understand Bob's point in that if you're looking at it, that staff is going to give you a document that they want to lead you to a conclusion. But at least that's what I'm hearing you say. We're going to be dealing with 25 people who this is probably going to be all news to them. And what I think one of the most important things on this is the recommended positions. I do have a question. Is this recommended positions or actual positions? Still positions. Do we know?
Jay, those are budgeted.
Those were the budgeted recommended positions.
Okay. Because a lot of
it
times
doesn't have anything to do with necessarily the body that may or may not have been in it.
Right, because a lot of times we'll have recommended positions, and we'll have 110 recommended, but we'll only have 103 sometimes.
Actual.
So having a historical document to tell people that in 2005, 2006, we had 101 cops, and in 2019, 2020, we had 100 cops. How did we get there? Oh, here's the rise and fall, and it's not it's just, these are the facts. And did we have, and I'm throwing some editorial stuff out here, in 2005, 2006, I don't recall having intersections with all these burnouts in them, but we do in 2019, 2020, 2020, 21, because we don't have the staffing we should have. But I mean, that's the conclusion that I draw as a law enforcement officer and as an experienced person, and having these numbers will help somebody at the very least look at it and go, thank you for giving me the. You may have 5 people look at this and go, that's not how I'm seeing this. I'm seeing this as, what'd you do with the money? You know, if you're spending more, where is it at? And then it comes down to, you know, is patrol. Patrol's always been a priority. And whatever we do outside patrol is to augment and make things safer for patrol so that they have more time to be effective. So, part of the conversation, frankly, is going to be, do you want us to be the safest city? And if you're not willing to try to get us there financially, what are you willing to accept? What are you willing to say, well, they just don't do that anymore? Yeah, I got in a traffic accident, and they don't take reports anymore because they don't have staffing. Oh, hey, petty theft, call that in. And it's not the end of civilization, but it's the end of Clovis as we know it, because we'll start becoming a department that will become the department of no. We don't do that anymore, and that's a problem. And knowing the history helps.
Well, thank you. So, if we can increase our fund for 10 years by 70 or 80%, and we still aren't adding patrol officers, then that's not a revenue problem. That is a spending problem. So, before we have people getting worked up about increasing taxes in the city of Clovis, let's figure out why it is that the money has not been used to hire more patrol officers. Where has it gone? And there may be valid reasons. Some that we heard today were the Miss Winkle's Pet Adoption Center is online now, and maybe that's taking some funding. We saw the other day CalPERS and the discount rate decrease. We saw general services getting a pretty good chunk, which I think I'm thinking may decrease over time as a result of us having some more funding available to purchase more patrol vehicles. Anyway, if we think in terms of, no offense to Lynn, but if the question is, what kind of city do you want and how much are you willing to pay for it, then we are jumping to a conclusion, and that is one, that the city of Clovis is not safe, because frankly, we are still the safest city in the valley. And it suggests that we would be needing to pay more money to get there, when we've already been throwing a whole bunch of money into public safety. I want to know where that money's going. I want this committee to figure out where that money's going. Maybe there's a legitimate reason for it. But if we're prioritizing patrol officers, then let's make our budget reflect that. Those are my concerns.
So I'm sorry.
I just wanted to, I think we have to be careful up here, because even the conclusions you made, I think is what is it, prejudgmental, in that it has to be a spending problem. So in other words, let's not even say any of that. Go find out, allow the committee to tell us, is it a spending problem or is it a revenue problem? But for us to, I think, assert that already, I think it can be biased. Yeah, and so I think we have to be careful both ways, because I think it's important.
Not to point at Lynn, but I'm pointing at Lynn. I think also the position that, hey, how safe of a city do you want it to be, and how much are you willing to pay for it? I believe that's also biased.
Yeah.
So,
I'll make a projection. A lot of the issues that the PD is experiencing, we approved it. So these spending priorities, that we approved it. That's 5, or the 5 that were here, me being one of them. So, because I've been here the longest, and so that'll be, and that's why I welcome this committee, because that committee will give us answers as to our spending priorities. So I don't say it's misspending, it's just spending priorities. And should we reprioritize our spending? So I think that's what the question should be. are we spending it where we really want it to be spent? Do you have enough?
No, I was just gonna clarify
No.
that, one of the, one of the original questions was, why did we use the 15-year period? And I just want to reiterate is going to be that from the last meeting we had, the Edico study went from that same time period, and the direction that staff understood from the council was to go back and take a look at the 15-year. So that's where their 15-year period came from.
So, but I think that you've heard that we need, at least I want, the 10-year period analysis as well. Because there's a big difference between, if it's 70% over 10 years, that's a 7% increase every year. If it's 70% over 15 years, then it's like, I don't know, 3.5%, something like that. So,
Understood.
okay.
Okay, so now you,
The last thing I had was going to be to talk about next steps. As soon as possible, I'd like to get the names from the city council on their selected 5, appoint the committee. What I'd also like to do would be to draft some objectives for the committee that I could have the city council buy into, and staff can come up with some ideas on what that could be based on the direction we've received so far. As far as selecting a facilitator, we've already discussed that, and we're going to go ahead and use the appointed chair, co-chair from the mayor. Schedule the meetings, begin the meetings, and report back. That concludes staff's report, and we are available for questions.
No, you're not.
We're available. We don't have them.
Lynn, go ahead.
I would add to your list, I think if, regardless of how the chair and vice chair emerge, they also need to be neutral. So I think we need to be clear on the roles that those folks will play. Because if their job is to set the agenda, to your point, et cetera, to get someone to the end of whatever question we're trying to answer, I think just we need to be clear on their role. Because if you appoint somebody who, doesn't matter. I just think we have to be careful. The views of the chair, actually you get less views as the chair sometimes to move it along, just to stay. So I think we just got to define those roles and as people sign up for them or agree to do them.
And I was just going to add that from staff's standpoint, we would likely have myself, Andy, the police chief, the finance director, and I'd probably like to pull, on occasion, if as necessary, somebody from Lozano Smith answer some of the technical questions, and I'd probably pull Chad McCollum in to sit in the meetings.
I think that's right, but I just think we have to be careful.
I know that there's been some conversation related to this being a public safety question. It sounds like we've, been focusing on the police department because they're the ones who have brought it to our attention. I'm fine either way, whether it's going to be public safety, which is going to include fire, or if it's just the police department and kind of auditing and analyzing their expenditures, as well as what it's going to take in the future to keep us the safest city in the valley. So I'm not sure. And I don't know if you were sure yet, John, on whether it was going to be police and fire or just police.
My understanding, it was going to be just the police department.
Okay, that's fine by me. I don't know if you guys feel the same.
I think it's just toys. We won't live long enough to do them both.
Well, can we let the committee know, maybe only in public comment, but not to derail what we're going to decide already? Meaning, how come we didn't get to choose this person? Why didn't this group get involved? Meaning the process of us getting to where the committee starts to meet, that meaning is off the table. So that way they get to the work of the committee instead of going back to, I'm not happy about this, or I didn't know about it. They knew about it. This was publicly noticed. They could have came, and then I think from what I read in here, the appointments will be approved. And so that is the time for the public to interject with regards to appointees and how it went. And, I don't agree with the mayor appointing. We should have said, in other words, after today, they can say maybe in public comment, but it not be something in which our chairs will have to keep going over and answering.
Are you channeling Measure C?
No, I'm not.
You are. I'm feeling Measure C, and I agree with everything you just said.
Yeah, and so it's a short time frame, and we want them just to get to work, so.
And just to give you an idea of the calendar coming up with the holidays, we'll be coming back to council next week, but we're considering canceling the meetings of December 20th, which is Christmas week, and also January 3rd because it is right after the holiday weekend. So that's what we're looking at right now. So it means if I wouldn't get the names relatively quickly, possibly the committee wouldn't be appointed until January 10th.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor, can I make a quick comment?
sure.
I've been biting my tongue over here. Just, this whole report here is from the ACFR, from the information that you had presented a couple of weeks ago. The numbers, the data is the data. We wanted to go with 15 years because that's what I presented. I wanted to show that the PERS costs are what I presented, the general services charges are what I presented, the salaries reductions is what I presented. We wanted the finance department to confirm that information to show you what I presented is, I agree, the budget has consistently been growing with the city, and you've been dedicating that money to that. But the money going towards salaries has not increased, therefore we can't provide additional officers, is what I presented. I agree with you completely. But if you take this and shorten it to 10 years and present what you did 2 weeks ago and show that we had a 14 gain in employees over the last 10 years, it's not accurate to what really is going on. If you go back to 2007, 2008, we had 173 employees. The act for today shows 157. We have 6 less employees than we did 15 years ago. That's the point that I'm trying to present, that the population is increasing, our department is shrinking, the formula doesn't add up to good police services, is really the focus that we should be focused on. And I think we're losing perspective on what we should be looking at.
Well,
That's my
I appreciate those,
comment.
I appreciate those comments, and if I may address them, just, I've always felt that you've been intellectually honest in your pursuit of what's going on. And you were put in charge of a department where a lot of what has taken place is, that we've been addressing wasn't when you were in charge. It baffles my mind that we would, in the last 10 years, have increased the public safety budget, and I know that's both police and fire, by 70% or 80%, depending on which page you're looking at. And we don't have a significant increase in patrol officers. I want you to have that significant increase in patrol officers. Don't get me wrong, I think that would be fantastic. But I think it's going to be a question of how the money that you're being given by the citizens of the city of Clovis is being spent, and how it's being prioritized. So, you know, we've been invited into this conversation. The citizens of the city of Clovis have now been invited into this conversation, and I'm hoping that I hope that there's some good that comes as a result of it. So I don't want you to take my comments to mean that I think that you going with 15 years was unfair. I know why you came up with 15 years. I didn't know why John presented 15 years, but I have a better understanding of it now. But I just want to make sure that we also put in that 10-year analysis. I understand that the 15 years backs up what you've been saying. The 10 years backs up what I've been saying. And so I think
the 15 years is just from the EDCO solution study when it stopped to when we started. I didn't pick it based on the data. I picked it on the last time Jim Zolan did that study, and I wanted to show from the last time he did the study to current what has occurred during that time. I didn't pick it for any other reasons, and then I showed you what happened during those times to get us to where we're at today. There's no twisting the numbers. You can come and look at anything, any expense within the police department. I guarantee you we're operating as lean as we can, doing as much as we can to supplement our officers with technology, and technology is expensive. I've come before council in the last 2 years that I've been chief, and I've asked for several things, and every time you guys have been amazing and allowed us to add body cams and tasers and the storage, LPR cameras, drone programs, Live 911. All those things are extremely expensive, but the thin, very lean force that we're operating with, all those things are keeping us successful, keeping us responsive, and allow us still to do a good job to keep the city the safest city that we are, and to respond in a timely fashion. And so those things are expensive. Bodies on the street are much more expensive, and we're to the point where we need bodies on the street. And if the council decides or the public decides that's not something that we can afford, or we don't have the appetite for it, I'm good with that. I just want the council to know, the public to know where we're at, and choices that I'm gonna have to make as a police chief going forward to keep us the safest city in the valley. And that is my goal, no matter what. We'll shift resources, we'll do what we have to do, but I'm telling you, our officers are tired, our officers are starting to get injured, it is affecting our staff, and it's only gonna get worse if we don't make some serious decisions.
Well, I appreciate those comments, and you know, today we've approved additional 3. You've heard how we are in very good shape moving forward with our general fund budget. We're going to have 20%, and perhaps maybe next year we'll have 25% in emergency reserve. We have, I think, done a pretty good job of making sure that you give new patrol cars so that you don't have to, you know, be always sending the beat-up ones back for servicing. I think you're well positioned now, but I'm not the chief, and you are, and we're going to back up what it is that you want when you present us with, you know, a budget that you think is consistent with the priorities. But I do struggle with this, and I haven't been bashful about it. How is it that we can increase the budget by that much? And if it was because we wanted to improve technology, then great, that's where the money went, and we've made that choice. Are we going to continue to make those types of improvements in technology over time to assist law enforcement officers? That's a decision that you have to make. I think that you should make. Or are we going to allocate maybe less to technological advancement and more to patrol officers? But what it is that you ask, we're going to do. But I'm just saying, we've given a lot of money to the police department already. Let's make sure that it's consistent with your priorities. I don't think that we need to be throwing any more money from the citizen's pocketbook at this time into any city government. So that's maybe where the rub is. But we're going to back up any decision that you want. We just have these parameters, because money, we can't print money like the federal government does, and to continue to think that taxes are going to solve the problem is, I think, a rabbit hole, and I don't want to go down it. So,
can I just say that if we want a certain parameter, I just hope we up here don't then choose what fits our position, okay? So let's say the 10 comes where it supports what they're saying even more, then let's go with what the data says, instead of, oh, now I want the 15, because 15 supports my position more. Because I think that the comment that has made this a little bit contentious is that, you know, I think they're hearing from the council that you chose these to paint a certain number or image to us. And what I'm hearing is, you didn't even choose anything. It was just, I just picked it, and then finance just verified it, and so that way it verifies the ECHO report. That's all I'm hearing. And so, but I think it's very legitimate that we need to do a thorough study, like Councilman Whelan says. And so I think that's something that I think we all agree on. But I just hope we don't, you know, we don't pick and choose timeframes to fit our agenda, whether your side or our side. You know, I think we're all on the same side. And so, but I don't want us to be split because of that.
Sure. I think Lynn was first. Lynn?
Well, I was going to say, I think, with love, what you just said, you don't think under really any circumstances more money, more tax money into local government makes sense right now. Is that what you said?
if we're giving 70% increase, it doesn't make any sense to give them more money.
Okay, so I just, that's an example where, as a council member, if you enter into this citizens group and they're trying to find their own way and you say that, then what will you do if it comes back? Do you know what I'm saying? I think we need to let them, to Dawn's point, let that emerge if that's what that is. You said out loud now, so all of that. I just think that's my example of we all have a lot of standing.
Bias.
He said bias, I said standing. Right, I just think that really, if you could just be, if we all can be mindful of our own positions. Because I think my question, of course, is exactly the right question. You know, I mean, I think we just have to be careful, because what you just said, if I was any of those 25 people, I would say, well, guess I won't land on that, because Bob is telling me it's not the right answer to start. And I think that's not fair for this group to find their way. So I guess I just wanted to say that to you. Great, Bob.
I think, and Bob, I appreciate you being the watchdog on that. You're better with numbers than I am. But with that statement, what that invites is the finance director and the union presidents coming up saying, yes, and this is how much we gave back. These are the additional monies that I took on in retirement so that you could get to that 70%. Here's all because during when the recession hit, and I was still, obviously, I have a bias because I was an employee at the time. And I've been a public employee for 41 years. There was a lot of gnashing of teeth from other cities about the hits that they were taking. And there was just stone silence over here. I remember the police association said, let's see the books. And they went and saw the books and they said, okay. Because it was almost like every time you went for a negotiated salary, it was like, okay, what's the real number? Well, we knew what the real number was. And you had people, well, like Jim Henderson was the president of the association. And he said, we have to take a zero. And we have to come to them with that. Look, we don't want any money. We know you're broke. We'll just sign a contract for a year. We'll see you in a year. We'll talk about it later. Other unions weren't doing that. They were stirring the pot and, threatening slowdowns and things like that. And our employees just stepped up. So I think we have to be careful making it look like they got more and they just squandered it somehow. I mean, if you're a glass half empty person, that's how that's perceived. And I know that's not what you're saying. But if a citizen hears that, they're going to go, well, why the heck would I give them more money? To your point, manage it better. And you need to drive cars with 300,000 miles on it, just like I do, because I'm broke and it's. I think we could be our own worst enemy on this. Just my 2 cents. I do want to defend Councilmember Whelan in that I think all you're saying is tell me where it went. And you are very open to saying if they show you, meaning our staff can show you, okay, then let's find you more resources because you did expend it. So that I'm not hearing, I don't hear where it's a dead, 78%. No, I'm just hearing show me, and you're going to stand on the position that is going to support whatever police is going to say, as long as the reasoning is something you support. Yeah.
Okay, we haven't opened it to the public yet. Anyone in the public wish to comment on this item?
There we go. Good evening, Council. Jordan Hunter, Clovis Police Officers Association President. I just want to come before you real quick, speak from our people, the actual boots on the street. It's very tough out there for law enforcement right now, as you guys are very aware. Our chief talked about injuries. Most injuries I've ever seen in our department right now because of work, simply. One thing that I'll ask with this advisory committee going forward is, as a council, be receptive to the information that comes forward, but I ask that views, political views, whatever they may be, kept to yourself, because it can steer this committee one way or another, as you guys have already pointed out. So one thing that I do ask is you guys keep your beliefs to yourself, just because I think that was probably some of the issues that came up with the last measure that tried to go before the citizens several years ago. So I would ask that Don't steer the committee one way or another, because it can put your biases in there and make a decision one way or the other, whatever way our citizens decide to go.
Thank you.
Question, Jordan,
Yes.
do you feel it will be helpful to get sort of input from any of patrol staff to see their perception so that it educates the committee, or would that be no good also the council? Because I will say that sometimes staff who are the most strained offer a lot of, and if it's confidential, and so it really helps educate, regular folk about how much work they are doing.
No, I definitely think that would be imperative for, at least from the association side of things, to offer input to this committee, because some of our citizens, quite frank, aren't going to know everything that we do on a daily basis. So I would highly encourage them to come out and ride with us on the patrol level to see what we deal with on a daily basis and see how that kind of trickles down into our investigative units and what they need to do, and how they also have a lack of resources, because we've pulled from all these specialty units, multi-agency task force, just to backfill patrol, because that is our backbone of the department. And we are doing our best to keep this the safest city. And we have purchased a lot of technology, and we are very appreciative of the money that's been afforded to that. And that has helped bridge that gap of patrol officers. LPR cameras is a huge piece of technology. And that has replaced several officers on the street, but we're at a point where we actually need more boots on the ground. And to continue with the technology, because it's only going to grow, as we know, as we sit here in 2021.
Thank you, Jordan. Jordan, I think it would be helpful, probably if it doesn't come in as part of the formal process, to at the very least have a few officers go to public comments and make those comments, as well as people who are, I pay too much money right now, I'm not paying another cent. Those people's voice need to be heard too, because if I get when to the point of we're already spending too much money, I got it. And we need to hear from those people, because at the very least, at the end of the day, if we've heard them and we've heard all the players involved, and we as a group decide we're gonna put something before the public, or not gonna put something before the public, at least everybody's gonna be able to say, I got my 2 cents in. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone on the web?
No.
Okay, so I think you have your direction. And we're going to the next item, which is Luke's COVID update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, I'll go through these quickly. These are the slides I usually show. On the left is the confirmed cases in Fresno County. On the right are the confirmed deaths by date. These are on the reported date. If you can use it on episode date, but the problem with that is, especially on the deaths, there's about a 7-day lag, so it always shows the graph dropping to 0 there at the end. So this is showing that while we appear to have a bit of a double third wave, the third wave is in fact going down. It kind of had a double peak, but it is continuing to go down both statewide and in the county, so that's all good news. This is confirmed cases by zip code. So again, these are the 3 Clovis zip codes, but it does include area outside the city limits, but that are within the zip codes. And as you can see, that is also following the pattern with a decline and a continued decline in November. Now, December, we only have 3 days worth of data, so that's why it's still at 0. It will be finished at the end of the month, so you just have to look from November back. This is the Fresno County hospitalizations, the red being the ICU cases, blue being just the hospital admissions. Again, we see the double peak on the hospitalizations. They are heading down. The ICU cases are lower than they were at the peak of this wave. Has not really sustained a downward trend yet, but at least it's not going up. And it's important to note too that the ICU cases, if you look at the past waves, their downward trend has been delayed past the hospitalizations because the ICUs are the longer, more complicated cases that tend to last longer. This is a quick graph just showing for the state number of cases for the vaccinated and unvaccinated on a per capita basis, with the unvaccinated being 7.2 times more likely to become vaccinated. This next one is the deaths, with the unvaccinated being 14.8 times more likely to die from COVID than fully vaccinated individuals. Also shown there are the percentage of vaccinated, actually there's a typo on that one. That's 53% of all the county residents are fully vaccinated, not the eligible. The state, the feds, and the county kind of report numbers differently, I used to be able to report the eligible, but the state and federal numbers are not up to date on the eligible, so this is just total percentage vaccinated. Fresno does continue to lag behind the rest of the country, and California is actually ahead of the country on vaccinations. Just some late-breaking news. You know, the Omicron variant has been discovered, and it's actually being discovered more and more often. Interesting fact that was out this morning was that WHO has reported that to date no deaths have been attributed to the Omicron variant. That could be due to a number of things. It could be to the fact that it just hasn't been around long enough for people to die of it, because this disease is nothing you die of in the first day. It's usually a long, prolonged effect. It has to do with people being vaccinated. It could also have to do with, and I'm an optimist, and I've kind of said it from the start that I'm expecting this to have 3 waves and go away. And the way it goes away is it doesn't disappear. The way it goes away, it becomes endemic but not deadly. And knock on wood, I'm the optimist. I'm hoping that the Omicron virus is the beginning of the end, the variant, because it becomes a endemic virus, just like there's 4 other COVIDs that cause common colds, but it ceases to be a public health crisis. So I'm hopeful. And that's my report. I'm open for any questions.
Questions for when do you foresee recommending lifting the emergency order?
I believe our order was in place as long as the state's order is. And council could lift it before that. I don't think staff had planned on bringing it back for lifting prior to the state lifting its order. I think the state is going to go a few more months at least. If council so chose, they could direct staff to bring back the item to lift it. But for now, it's tied to the state's order.
I just understood it as it was staff recommending it to us, and so I would waiting to see if staff will recommend.
I think our initial order was tied to the state order, and in reality, the emergency order in place now, we aren't issuing any emergency orders. What it does do is when OSHA drops some new regs on us, we can implement those immediately without going through a meet and confer process or anything like that. So that's, at this point, I would not recommend lifting it. Okay. It's being used sparingly, but it is there so that we can comply with changes like that. It's mostly internal processes that's affected.
Thank you.
Tell us the truth. You're going to miss that COVID report most of all.
It's going to go away because the crisis is going to go away.
That's it? No more questions? And that's, any further comments, just regular matter?
That's it for me.
Okay, council comments. Bob?
No.
Let me tell you about some numbers I've been running. So I really enjoyed the Children's Electric Christmas Parade. So appreciate Miss Chalk. I always call you Miss Chalk because I get you and your sister confused all the time. But it's Carrie, right? Carrie. Now, see, that seemed like a non-committal, like, yeah, I was right on that. Yeah. So, the transition from John to Carrie, I think, went smoothly. It was a lot of fun, and the crowds were out, and I had mentioned this before, but, the chairs were lined up like the night before and all that day, in anticipation of this Children's Electric Christmas Parade, and it was really great to see everybody out there. So, thank you to the staff. And it was, Kiwanis that is the sponsor these days. Is it the Old Town, or is it the Old Town? Old Town Kiwanis. So, they did a fantastic job.
Yeah, I want to thank staff, fire, police, I was educating my son about why the buses were there and why why the fire trucks were all there, because he saw kind of the news of what happened in Waukesha, and so he just felt so good seeing all of those vehicles protecting all the parade goers. So I had a great time. I want to commend staff for participating in the Clovis Unified Southeast Asian Student. We had the whole, I would even say more than half of the tables, because Carrie did such an excellent job of bringing PDS out to communications, police, a couple police tables. All the departments were just out there to show what kind of careers they can have within the city. And so, great job on that. And so I think I heard a lot of positive comments from the students, seeing that, okay, that's all Clovis in the back there. And so, great job. I wanted to thank, I think, Senior Services for that Thanksgiving luncheon that they had. And so I couldn't attend, so I just saw a lot of photos and a lot of happy faces coming out and getting all those meals during Thanksgiving. And then Jose and I went to a grand opening of the Mayweather boxing. Like Andy said, for a fitness business to open during this time when everything's being shut, it is just great to see. And so they chose Clovis, and as Jose and I was talking to the owner, they chose Clovis because of how friendly we are to business and to allow them to succeed. And so that was a compliment to the staff and to what we've been doing. And the last one, I don't know, Lynn, you and I received that email, with regards to Dr. Carpenter on the corner. And so I don't know how all that works. There was a citizen who wanted to fundraise to try to do like a memorial and put a plaque out there. And so how does that all go about? Do we have to initiate something? Can we just direct them to you? If they raise the funds and
so if you can pass that on to staff, we will look into it. We do certain things already. We have kind of like standard things, whether it's a tree planting or a bench, but we're open to others as well. So
for the dancing dog?
Yeah, for the dancing doctor. Yeah. And so there was a citizen who wanted to lead it and fundraise and all that.
Yeah.
So.
If you could forward that on to us, we'll either me or John or both of us, and we'll follow up with them.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
I asked, just doing a quick update on our district lines for the new, it's about the same. Clovis, if we go to where are we at here, I can't tell. Is this the assembly?
Congressional.
Okay, congressional district. It still takes us, where are we at here? Right here. It still takes us in a very meandering course, and it brings in the desert, and we have Taft and Maricopa and Ford City and Oildale, and I just, people.
It goes around Bakersfield.
It goes around Bakersfield, takes in North Bakersfield and Oildale, and it's just people just, they need to continue to. I mean, I've sent emails. I know the city has sent emails and letters. It's just a very, very strange way of doing business, and we're going to be. I mean, we got petrochemical industries, industrial farms, mountains, deserts, and cities, and it's just very. I mean, it'd be us, Visalia, and northern part of Bakersfield would be the three largest cities, And it just really doesn't, I don't think it serves any of us particularly well.
That would be a new.
That's a new district. Brand new district.
It kind of splits two districts.
Yes. And it gives the Fresno metropolitan area three congressional seats in different, which frankly could be a good thing, but, you know, it just,
Kind of breaks up McCarthy's and.
yeah, it just seems a little disjointed. When you look at the assembly seat, we're kind of in the same boat. We get pulled out. Let me see where we at here. Okay. And it goes all the way up to almost to Lake Tahoe. I mean, it's just, I think Markleeburg, or it just very, I don't know. It pulls us into different areas that just frankly don't make a lot of sense to me. As I see it, unless there's a larger area, can you go up to the north? I'm wondering if Galt or somebody else is up there, but we might be the biggest city there. But geographically, I mean, I really wouldn't want to have to be the assembly member serving that area, or frankly, their staff. And then in the state senate area, it's similar. It's very, I mean, extremely, it's us, Visalia, and it goes back around, very similar to the congressional seat. And so I think if people are concerned, they need to continue to send emails to mydistrictlines.com. What is it? WeDrawTheLines.com. Because it's just and what we get stuck with for 10 years. And so it's, it's a 10-year, we're stuck with this, till the next census. So I'm just hoping that, I think pulling us from our metropolitan area, does a disservice to our citizens, and it does frankly a disservice to the metropolitan area too.
Since you're following this, thank you for doing that. Are you seeing, and I know there's iteration after iteration, are you seeing that the comments are doesn't look like making any difference relative to the Valley? Because I saw an article not too long ago that they're getting the most letters from the Valley.
Yeah.
But the iterations keep coming out looking like that.
I don't see any difference, and when I was part of a Zoom call, and there were just as many people from Bakersfield calling and complaining about being coupled in with Clovis as we were, and not because we don't like each other, it's just that it didn't make sense to them either. And unfortunately, if I'm correct, no member of this committee is from the Valley. So maybe we're just the flyover area and they don't worry about us. We're drive-through area, 99.5, and they don't care. I don't know. Doesn't make sense, but that's all I have.
Well, not related, but so I've been on the State Mental Health Commission for 6 years. My term expired, and I was replaced with somebody from Napa. So now the Valley has nobody on the State Mental Health Commission either. So it's just one thing after another. So anyway, it made me think about that. I don't think I have anything else. I don't want to pay Scott any more money. I don't care. I think it'll do it for later.
Maybe we should have gone to 4 hours. Anything after that, it's on you.
I don't know if, I know Vong's been by, I don't know if the rest of you have been by, Temperance and Bullard, but, the legacy that the dancing doctor left is tremendous. He was a common feature there at those four corners of Temperance and Bullard. He lived across the street from where my brother bought a house there at the West Gal homes. I think they were built in the 20 years ago. And he was my brother's neighbor for a good 10 years. Then when he moved to his newer home, my brother-in-law moved into that house. And then when he moved out of that house, my other brother moved into the house. So he's been the neighbor of my relatives for a while, and very pleasant man. And when I first started to notice him, he also had a Chihuahua dog, and that dog was trained to dance along with him. And he brought joy. You know, you were commuting to your work, and it was monotonous stuff, you know, going to and coming from work, and you got that joy of seeing this man just prancing around with his dog at first, and then later on, I'm sure the dog passed away after so many years by himself. But he was a very joyful guy, and knowing that I knew from a long time ago that he was a medical doctor out of Kaiser, and that's what we called him in the area. We called him the dancing doctor, and unfortunately.
And he did it just to bring joy to people driving by.
Exercise.
Exercise.
His form of exercise was more like a Tai Chi, Kung Fu dance as he walked along. I mean, sometimes he would do some Tai Chi kind of moves. It was kind of impressive. But people thought it was just dancing. But sometimes you could see some you know, Asian, Chinese kind of Tai Chi influence. So it was pretty neat. And every single corner at one time, and the two corners that we have less now, had some kind of memorial. So I can believe that people want to memorialize something for him, because he was that. He brought joy. He brought joy.
Lord knows we need that.
And
Is Kaiser gonna do anything, do you know?
well, we should reach out to Sarah. Huh? We should reach out to Sarah, maybe Sarah. Like, then the Mayweather franchise that we got, and yeah, we're talking to the owners. They said that how we reacted to the pandemic was one of the main reasons they chose Clovis, that because they knew that we did not close our businesses, and because they are a gym and they're huffing and puffing doing their cardio and aerobic type work, that they don't want to close down. So, and the Wiggins, the male owner, he was a football player for Fresno State, went professional, played at the NFL. So they're entrepreneurs, nice young family with children, and they've invested in Clovis, so that's a pretty cool thing.
I stopped in the day before. I couldn't go on that Saturday. I was kind of intimidated by the whole process, but they seemed like they were really happy to be there, and that was good for them.
It's and that's about it. And we're going into closed session, and I don't think there's anything to report out afterwards.
We may be asking for approval on number 19 that might require a report out. If so, we can do that. Yeah.
So we have closed session as printed on the agenda, and there might be a report out on item 19.
I thought I would offer it to you because it's from our friend. I don't want it. I just wanted you to see the ongoing, and I'm not a member of the LDS Church. No, you're good. Thank you.